believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. That I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the pro-legalization campaign, Wasteful Wednesday. I wanted to start with Cheech and Chong, the famous clip of him doing this, because it's important that you know that America's Third Party stands behind legalization of marijuana. Whereas Biden, it doesn't seem to be supportive of that. The reason for a third party is there's been a majority of states that are beginning to think that our country is being run by weird left and right people. And we need to get down to sensible logic. Marijuana is medicinal. It shouldn't be on a list of controlled substances. We need a president who's more reactive and more willing to change than the president we currently have. And I doubt we'd get that with Biden. He's a Zionist just like Trump. He's supporting all kinds of events. The difference now is Trump is taking my lead in Syria. And having said many years before Trump even arrived on the scene, talked about disengaging in Syria, talked about pulling our rebel support out of Syria. Remember, Barack Obama gave $1.16 billion to those rebels and those Kurdish rebels fighting the ISIS forces. They want the money. They love the money. The Kurdish people love the money. Yeah. So it's really about money. The Democrats are painting this situation as a case of mass extinction. It's almost bizarre. One person has died, one civilian. That's it. Turkey is engaging in an effort to stop any potential terrorist attacks on their border. Donald made the right move by pulling out of Syria. It's the forward-looking theory that we are disengaging from war overseas. And I have to remind everybody, there have been no recent massacres in Syria. I was looking it up, or rather, in Turkey. Turkey has had a few Istanbul attacks, probably ISIS. They've been the ones that have been attacked. But there's no evidence of recent modern history of people being ethnically cleansed like the Democrats want to make it out to be. So we're jumping to conclusions by letting the media and the libtard media push us to that belief. I stand behind Trump on this move. I think it's a bold move, and I think it's the right time to do it. We can't keep moving for war in an area that simply cannot be won. It also happens to help Putin, because Putin wants us to be out of that region. I'm not doing it because I'm working for Putin. If Donald is working for Putin, that's another reason why he may be doing it. I don't know. But he is following advice that I think I've certainly given it on our show, and it's definitely something that we need to move forward. Expecting Kurdish mass casualties, if they faked them on TV, I wouldn't doubt that. I'm very balanced. I'm a very balanced person. I live in total peace with my environment. I almost live like a monk in many ways. I live a very ethically balanced life. I don't think anyone I've ever met lives such a pure life as I live. I don't know how to describe it, but remaining virtuous all these years is a difficult task in a world that's so corrupt and lends itself to God knows how many different things can hook you into a world of evil. I've never had that problem. Yeah, I've kept my life very, very simple, and in the process, I've been able to live an ethical life, and I certainly encourage you to do the same. So Trump is defending the troop draw out of northern Syria, saying ISIS fighters will escape to Europe. Probably so. I think the fact that Trump is making this move is actually a bold move for his re-election. If the Democrats pin anything on him regarding the Ukrainian situation, then we'll be reassessing this situation. It's very fluid. If the Democrats get the dirt on him in transcript form and proceed with the impeachment, we'll know whether there's any truth to it. But so far, we're going to take Trump on his word that there was no quid pro quo when he talked to the president of Ukraine. All right, let's not use the N-word here. That's inappropriate. I don't support using the N-word. There's some news stories that are spinning out of the right, run by, of all people, the ringleader, the Attorney General, William Barr, and he's saying he's investigating the timeline. And in this tweet, he says Hillary signed a deal giving Russia 20% of the U.S. uranium for free, right? And they made a lot of money, Hillary and John Podesta, on the side. Obama then gave Iran a nuclear deal and sent them the cash that they needed to buy, ironically, uranium. Iran now has the money to buy uranium and the deal in place to enrich it. And who is Iran buying their uranium from? That's right, Russia. The ones we gave them free uranium. Nothing to see here. And that was a very good post by William Barr. I'm going to try to gain some respect for him, even though I believe he should probably recuse himself from the Epstein investigation, because his dad literally hired Jeffrey to molest little girls. All right, other issues too that are kind of disturbing, but I like what he wrote there. So I'm a centrist. I'm more than willing to look at both sides. And Hillary seems to be back in the race. Yeah, she said, obviously I can beat him again. So she thinks she's looking into getting back in the race as the third potential leader in that Democratic race. Right? People say that if she ran right now, she'd be in the top three. So that's interesting. A lot of people don't believe that she's really normal, though, that she's been replaced. And there's always talk of that amazing clip of when Hillary had to leave the 2016 9/11 exhibit ceremonies. Hillary had a trip to her daughter's apartment, which was an old medical clinic at one time in New York. And she appeared outside that area looking perfectly normal, except it wasn't her. Yeah, it was a body double. This looks like Hillary. It even sounds like Hillary. But it's not Hillary. So this could be the person they're going to put in the race. The one that's healthy, the one that's vibrant, that can do whatever she's told by the New World Order handlers. They just want somebody they can control, so they can control a body double a lot easier than Hillary, right? Yeah, I'm really making a point here. I know this sounds ridiculous, but 20 years ago, they cloned Dolly, the sheep. Of course they can clone a human being. I've done some extensive research and looked at her hands and found them to be identical. Yeah, there's matches to their hands. The palm prints are identical. Very strange. So we'll see if Hillary's the real Hillary's going to run or if it's going to be a fake one. We're not sure, and that is entirely possible. No, she won already. Oh yeah, Tiddly, she won the race. You didn't know that? Oh yeah, she won the popular vote. Yeah, she won it by 3 million votes. That's why she said she can beat him. Now, I don't think the clone's a sociopath. I think the clone's probably a perfectly normal clone. Yeah. I don't think we have as much to worry about the clone as we did the original Hillary, so brace yourself, not to worry. The original Hillary was very, very evil. She was not very nice. You're not allowed to post images of me and any Muslims or any Amish people. Okay? Yeah, I don't associate with Muslims or Amish people. I've had a few conversations with them, but I've never been seen in the prairie. Okay? Trump is rallying to not pay his bills. He's not paying his rally bills. Yeah. He owes a lot of money. Apparently he's not paying the money he owes the people that work in the area. That's a current story with Trump. Yeah. So he's got about $840,000 outstanding for security for his rallies. So he doesn't pay the rallies. And on top of it, he's not paying the UN. According to this story, pay freeze of the UN, Trump administration owes the United Nations $1 billion. So it's very possible Trump is following me on my idea again, which is to underfund the Millennium Directive and not pay the UN. So Donald, if you're listening, good job. Don't pay the UN, but pay our local cities and governments out of your personal bank account that Betsy DeVos gave you, the $9.45 million. Put that toward the people helping your rallies, but don't pay the billion. I don't think we should pay the UN anything. I don't think we have an obligation to pay them until they start working together collaterally with other nations to get certain parity in the world. We could kind of back off on that. And then, of course, this story. Turkey launches strikes in northern Syria after the Trump pulled back. This is the CBS story. It's very simple. You know, everyone knows what they're going to say.
We begin with this. A lot of angry people in California, where hundreds of thousands of people in that state could be without power for days in the largest public safety outage in that state's history. PG&E started shutting off the power last night in more than half of California's 58 counties because of what the company calls an unprecedented wildfire danger.
Roughly 800,000 customers are likely to be affected. Jonathan Vigliotti is in Santa Rosa. That's about 50 miles north of San Francisco. And Jonathan, I understand the neighborhood you're in was destroyed by wildfires just 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's correct. Good morning to you, Tony. It's taken 2 years, and you can still see many of the homes in this neighborhood.
They were burned with directed energy weapons. I seriously doubt it had anything to do with a flare-up from an electric wire. I think this is ridiculous. Thank you. I think we've got a serious problem on our hands where PG&E acts like, oh, if we just get rid of this potential threat, we won't be liable. Meanwhile, all these people in all these homes, 800,000 people, are without power, and there's no winds. There's no high winds right now. It's absurd. You know, if we would just get a proper investigation into the arson that was committed down there in Paradise, California, we would find that they were using directed energy weapons on those houses. We know for a fact that they were. We have pictures of the directed energy weapons that were used. I talked about this last night. I don't want to belabor the subject. Case in point. That's just one of the pictures. Here's another picture right here. They start the fires this way. These aren't fires caused by electric wires. It's ridiculous. So PG&E has a concentrated plan to make it look like it's an electric wire fire. They don't care if they shut off electricity. It makes them look good. It makes them look like they're really caring and trying to stop any potential fires. Meanwhile, whenever they want land, they just burn it. Yeah, but we're too stupid to ask for an investigation. Okay, we've got a situation on our hands where the American Airlines is not able to actually continue, getting their planes up. They pushed back the Boeing Supermax 8's arrival. About 24 MAX jets are still in storage and expected to have 40 by the end of the year. For some reason, they can't get Boeing can't get the system, the software to run properly yet. They rushed to judgment on the software, which led to the death of 346 people in Sri Lanka and Ethiopia. But they still can't get the rest of the planes up and running. So American Airlines put another hold on that. In case you're buying tickets in advance, you won't be able to go on those planes. And one good thing about Trump, and I want to congratulate him on this as well, Trump rids the major U.S. container port of Chinese communist control. This has been a problem that's dogged me for a long time. Long Beach, California, was run by the Chinese communists. Not anymore. Trump rids major U.S. container port of Chinese communist control. This is a Judicial Watch investigation, which is showing that it's under a long-term deal sealed by the Obama administration. The Chinese Communist Company was set to control the second busiest container port of the U.S. In an unreported Trump administration victory, the communists are out after a drawn-out national security review forced a unit of Chinese-based Costco shipping to sell the cherished container terminal business, which handles most of the large freight of imports into the U.S. This is a major, major success for Donald, and I want to congratulate him on that. Yeah, so it's not all bad about Donald. And I've been even supportive of his effort to retain low costs for our gas. His relationship with Saudi Arabia is actually panning out and keeping our prices down. So far, so good. Not everything about Donald is bad, but his history of oligarch support, his conflict of interest breaches that are going on daily with his hotel, that makes me think we need a third party. I've got issues with him, and I've got issues with the Democratic Party as well. So I see the point of both the Republicans that are investigating the Democrats, and I see the point of the Democrats who are investigating the Republicans. I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. So I see there's certain aspects of what he's doing that actually make sense. But Trump has lifted restrictions allowing the U.S. to drill for oil all over the place, which, as long as we do it responsibly, won't be a problem. But without any environmental factors controlled or overseen or monitored, it could be dangerous. I am supportive of a drilling operation in Alaska. I think we could certainly move with that concept that was out there. I don't think we have to really hold back there. I mean, Alaska is one of our largest territories, and the impact to the environment is not that great. I think many Democrats are overly concerned about drilling operations. In fact, some of them even want us to separate from our use of oil, which would be catastrophic. Bernie's talked about phasing out automobiles. I mean, we can't possibly leave our infrastructure behind. There's no way we'll even migrate to that possibility. Anyone who thinks that we're going to get rid of automobiles in the next 30 to 50 years is absurd. Their mind is unaware that without our automobiles, without the fuel in our automobiles, we would be a nation in pandemonium. Absolute pandemonium. And no matter how many high-speed rails the Democrats want to put together, it still won't be a maglev. And they'll be taking up space for cargo to be moving on slow rails. I really believe that we have a plan to continue with this infrastructure, but we do need to cap our mufflers of our big rig diesels and our cargo ships. We could do specific filtration. very targeted, and we can deal with the air pollution problem that we're experiencing. There's 16 cargo lines that are the biggest polluters that if we cleaned their air out of their smokestacks, we'd be better off as a world. Our world would be cleaner. I didn't twist the capsule picture and say it was Planet X. We never saw Planet X. Yeah. There was never any Planet X in your Facebook. Sorry, Oma. Yeah, we saw the ring around the sun and then the Eye of Horus, but we didn't see Planet X. Well, no, I don't think we need to worry about cargo ships. They use any type of oil they can. The real problem with cargo ships is they buy the cheapest fuel they can find. That's the real problem. And whatever comes out of their smokestacks is just garbage. So we can't control what they're going to put in, but we can control what comes out of their smokestacks. You showed me the Eye of Horus. You didn't show me the Planet X picture. That's the problem. Yeah. Send me a picture of Planet X that's legitimate. I can show you Planet Nibiru, and it would shock you. But I don't want to waste your time. No, it's just Trump is using a lot of my ideas, and I think as long as he uses my ideas, I'm empowered. I really am. You said it was the Eye of Horus. Now you're mixing your words up. Yeah. I asked you about that picture, and you said it was the Eye of Horus. Wow. Well, cargo ships undercut minimum wages. But regulating foreign cargo ships is not my goal. Retrofitting their smokestacks with pollution control systems would be my goal. I don't steal any of Trump's ideas. Never have, never will. All of my ideas predate Trump's by months. When I came up with the invisible fence idea, well, I came up with a 1,000-mile fence idea. And then I changed the 1,000-mile fence idea to the 1,000-mile container fence idea, and lo and behold, he hasn't used that idea. Now, if someone invents a muffler system to immediately reduce carbon emissions, he'll be an instant multi-billionaire. Believe me, that would be the most costly endeavor ever, and you'd lose your money out the door. People aren't going to pay for something to cover their muffler. No, the demographics show that people won't pay for extra pollution control, if possible. In fact, most people won't even pay for their catalytic converter to be replaced. There's not a lot of money in it, but there's a whole system that could be put in place, and our government could get behind it. Okay, Cliff. Yeah, I think you like General Mattis, and you're big supporter of him, huh? I see that. There's no international trade law you can control on an international basis. Why is it you Democrats continue to want to punish people and penalize industry when none of that ever worked? Do you see the air getting any cleaner with the air pollution control penalties that were placed by Democrats over the past 50 years? No. So, I mean, come on. Wake up. We're not going to be able to penalize our way out of this. We have to innovate. Now, the Democrats are embracing this ridiculous cap and trade mentality that's been pushed by the Agenda 2030 people at the UN, and their agenda is to create perfect climate solutions by 2030. Even at best, cap and trade will reduce climate emissions by 17%. That's nothing. I mean, I'm with Greta on this one. I see her point, that we need to do this faster. So I urge innovation, where she doesn't come up with any ideas. I come up with ideas. Air filtration, stopping the chemtrails that are being dumped on our heads. That would be the first step.
How dare you! You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. How dare you!
Well, I'm not going to, I feel her pain. I do. I understand how upset she is, and I don't mean to diminish her concerns, although she is mentally ill. I will put Mad Dog, I'll put General Mattis back in position if he wants to, retain the position of Secretary of Defense. I felt that he was ousted, but ironically, it's my idea that ousted him. General Mattis was most upset about Donald Trump's position on Syria. I believe that he left the job because of it, and it's my idea. So I'd have a hard time convincing him that our continued involvement in that region is pointless. How dare you? How dare you take my ideas, Donald?
This is all wrong.
This is all wrong. This is all wrong. Okay, the White House is declaring a war on impeachment inquiry, claiming effort to undo Trump's election. And I see his point, but we have the right to impeach, and I think he should be impeached in the House.
Inquiry, setting President Trump on a collision course with the Democratic-led House of Representatives. In a letter to Democratic House leaders, the White House counsel wrote, "Your unprecedented actions have left the president with no choice. President Trump and his administration cannot participate in your partisan and unconstitutional inquiry under these circumstances."
Well, that's good. I mean, so Donald Trump has decided this is an unconstitutional impeachment. Okay, well, he has every right to not participate in his own impeachment. I mean, why would he want to hand over anything, including his tax returns, if they resulted in us finding out about his crooked past? Hey, could you talk about things that are relevant to the show? Because right now you're appearing to be AI and cutting and pasting. The House already wrote Fancy Nancy a letter and told her to F off unless she had real evidence. Absolutely. And I agree. If they can't prove quid pro quo in the transcripts, they got nothing. They got squat. But if they can prove quid pro quo, then we'll be talking impeachment. Meanwhile, we have a president who's dealing with a long-term solution, a solution to a long-term problem being in Syria. And if his plan works, maybe we can start to pull out of other areas like Afghanistan and Iraq. For some reason, he seems to be going against his handlers like Kissinger. So I'm not sure where he's headed with that. He's had his early stages of his administration were peppered with people from the Kissinger conspiracy world. So maybe they're not happy with him. I don't know. But what I think he's doing is making a good move.
Talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger. And we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria. And I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria.
Oh yeah, we're going to do really well with respect to Syria. Yeah, we're getting out of Syria. So thank you, Donald, for following up on my advice. Those Kurds got 1.16, ostensibly $1.2 billion, and the rebel forces and the Kurds to challenge the ISIS rebels, which we were down. We only had about 50 people there left. I mean, it's not like a big deal. You like cheese and curds? Well, that's not the origin of the name Kurds. Although they probably make cheese from the goats. Please don't denigrate me in the show, Gordon Liddy. That is a bannable offense. I'm going to purge that statement. You're not allowed to denigrate me or demoralize the show or myself. We had a person in here stalking us who was autistic last night, and he still tried to stalk us tonight. And I'm urging all autistic people to remain in your space. Don't drift out of your space. Otherwise, you'll be encountering the law. You cannot stalk us. Just because you're obsessive compulsive doesn't mean you can stalk us. I care about people in general, but only one civilian has died. It's not like an ethnic cleansing the way the libtard media talks about it. Yeah, and the Dems are being hypocritical. Right, Master Meatball. They ratified the war in Iraq. I said, you people should not ratify the war in Iraq. They went ahead and did it. Now they want it both ways. That, by the way, led to 1 million people dying in and around Iraq. 5,000 of our soldiers died thanks to the Democrats. And now they want to keep our troops in harm's way? What the hell's wrong with these people? I like what Donald Trump is doing. Yeah, that's my idea. I like it. Yeah, I mean, he's winning me over slowly on that level. The Kurds will turn to Turkey for help. Yeah, when they finally realize that, they just have to submit to a different ruler. It's a matter of a transition to Erdogan's rule. Erdogan has not engaged in ethnic cleansing that I know of. I've been researching the whole history of the region, and it seems to be relatively normalized. You just listen to the media and you think, oh, everybody's being killed right now as we speak. Well, it's not a matter of stalking me. It's a matter of not being willing to step down and back down from their argument. Some people get it in their mind that they have to be right, and autistic people in general have that problem. So, yeah, it's one of the most difficult things that people have to face with this strong-mindedness, obstinate defiance that autistic kids tend to have. That's one of the biggest problems that the support crews have to face. So, let's not kid ourselves. It's a serious issue. All right, thank you. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Okay. You got an image? I'm going to take a look at that. Let me take a quick look at that. So Trump has surrendered the Chinese patent on, okay. The Chinese control of the region. They had to sell the shipping division in Long Beach, California. And Trump did that. And I'm applauding Trump in doing that. Yeah, he rid the U.S. problem of a Chinese-run port, one of the largest in the country. Remember that was happening under Obama? Mm-hmm. Well, now he's pulled out of that, and he's doing a good job in that department. So yeah. See, I think we are all reluctantly accepting the fact that Trump is going to finish out his term, and we, the American people, are probably going to end up deciding the fate of the nation and in the next election. Yeah, it's just a reality check for everybody. But yeah, he's stepped into this contract and it got people involved. A 40-year container terminal lease has been suspended with China. The port of Long Beach, California. Okay, I'm going to let Sarah take over and I'm going to step out. Thank you very much.
Good.
Yeah, we got that. And 800,000 people in California are without power because PG&E are taking preventative measures, shutting down the electricity. But the high winds aren't.
The high winds. They're
not seeing high winds. People are going, well, it's not really windy, so what's going on? A lot of people are wondering, it's not windy, why is my power down? Well, if the winds are being artificially created, then yeah, it can come from nowhere. That is a serious problem. But I still have my beliefs on the cause of the fire is the Woolsey fire and the Paradise fire last year and the year before. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Your party, America's third party, Master Meatball? Turn off the power and out comes the firebugs. Like people starting fires because the electricity's out? Could be. Maybe, Monkey, you might be right. My mom always said to say that to everyone. You might be right. Doesn't mean you are. Maybe you are. Probably not. I know. They pull out the candles when the electricity's off. I know. Sarah does wear clothes in the style of shiny puffy coat now. It complete with my ski headband. I could take that off. I can take this off, I guess. Z and you Skype each other and make fun of Trump every day. Interesting clip to chat. Oh, wait, then you're like, Shannon really believes I'm friends with President Xi. Oh, that's funny. Hello, New Leaf. I am well. I worked in the garden a little bit after school. I think I've got the weeds pretty much under control. Pretty much. Good point, Miss Anthropy. I'm liking my job. Everything's going pretty well. Got a few things coming up, working on different things, so yeah. Over and over. Well, you know, that's nothing, misanthropy. I thought the thing that I found interesting was a person who basically every day went and rode the ride It's a Small World After All. Yes, I'm still with David. Yes, he's still running for president. Fish and Joe says, candles cause house fires. House fires cause trees to burn. Like, when will people learn? Besides, lightning strikes cause more forest fires. I know David did tell you about that guy, but I'm definitely a witness to that. He had his special hoodie on, or anyway. Odin the cat. He hasn't been here for a while. Who's he? 20 is just around the corner. Good point, New Leaf. I went rock climbing once. It was a bad experience because I let go and then I did the automatic, like, hold a rope rather than like you're supposed to go out wide. And then I did it again. And I did better, but rock climbing's not for me. Oh, probably right, Miss Anthropy. Yeah, I can't believe it. Time does fly when we're having fun. And sometimes time just keeps going forward. It's just a bit of fun. Hello. Yasser Arafat. Hello, little flower. Hello, New Leaf. You're always growing a flower garden and trees. That's very good. Sarah, athletic. No. I can't picture that either. I'm not like heavy, but not overweight, but I definitely am not athletic either. What the hell? What the heck does that mean, Yasser? I do not know what you're saying, and I'm not your love, bud. Hello, Ahmet 20192-018. Wait. Oh, wait. Sorry. Ahmet 2019-2018. Good. And hello, Huff Gerard. Welcome. Sorry I didn't say hello to you earlier. Push and Toe says, Trudeau has 12 days left in his position. Have a champagne bottle chilling. You don't like Trudeau? And Odin says when his black cat died, he put her under a tree since they're loud. Good protein for the plants. My cat Minnie, she will always be, in a sense, with you. Yeah. Oh, wait. You're a she, Odin is a he? Oh, you're the cat? I'm confused, Odin the cat. You're a she? But okay. Odin is DT. I believe in free speech 357. People can change the color of their skin and I accept them the way they are. I sometimes wear makeup. I would never wear black makeup, but some people do. Oh, Odin, the name is your cat's name. Got it. And you're DT Allura, Odin the cat? Oh, you were my cat Fluffy, but now you're Odin the cat, and you're really DT Allura typing. Did I not answer your question, 357? Yes, I defend people's rights to do whatever they want with their face. I'm sorry, Fluffy has gone. Yeah, New Leaf, I agree. I know her as DTLR too. When people change their names, chat names, it's hard to keep track. Wow. Well, you know, I like the Blue Man Group 357. I really do. I think they're pretty cool. So I don't really care what color people's faces are. Blue, green, yellow, white, black, orange, pink, peach, olive. Do I like blue mail? I don't know. I've heard of it slightly. Should I like blue mail? I don't know. I've never used it. Sarah, what do you think about the Unruh Civil Rights Act being used to support freedom to wear biker colors in bars? Biker club sues the bar over the dress code. They claim their civil rights were violated. Members of a motorcycle club filed a lawsuit against an Anaheim bar Monday because the bar has a dress code that prohibits motorcycle attire. I agree that I have to say I agree with the bikers that it is that it would violate the UNRRA, the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits arbitrary discrimination by a business, and that is arbitrary. To say motorcycle attire, you can say you must wear a suit and jacket and tie to come in here, but to say you can't wear motorcycle attire, I do agree that that is arbitrary discrimination. Speakers were censored at ASA conference in Melbourne. Sarah, for what reason would anyone want to energy beam burn down a town? Well, if they felt like the town was like Sodom and Gomorrah and they wanted to be, they felt like they wanted to be some kind of cleansing agent. That's about all I can think of, Space Shuttle. I wasn't I? On my back. All right. You think it's the owner's rights, Push and Toe thinks it's the owner's rights to determine what dress code he wants in his establishment. And if people don't like it, there are many other places willing to accept them. I do think that's arbitrary discrimination to say motorcycle attire. I think that they would be much better off if they had said, you must wear a business suit. Because you can't arbitrarily discriminate against someone. Sarah, is it okay for a bar to say you can't wear what would be considered gang attire? You know, I don't think so either. I mean, I'd have to look in that, but yeah, I mean, who's to say what is gang attire and what isn't? Okay, 2 speakers were censored at the Australian Information Security Association's annual conference this week in Melbourne. Thomas Drake, former NSA employee and whistleblower, was scheduled to give a talk on the golden age of surveillance, both government and corporate. Sulette Dreyfus, lecturer at the University of Melbourne, was scheduled to give a talk on her work, funded by the EU government, on anonymous whistleblowing technologies like SecureDrop, and how they reduce corruption in countries where that's a problem. So both related to whistleblowers. They were put on the program months ago, but just before the event, the Australian government's ACSC, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, demanded that they both be removed from the program. It's kind of really, according to Schneier.com, it's really kind of stupid. Australia has been benefiting a lot from whistleblowers in recent years, exposing corruption and bad behavior on the part of the government. The government doesn't like it. It's cracking down on the whistleblowers and reporters who write their stories. Their guess is someone high up in ACSC saw the words whistleblower in the descriptions of those 2 speakers' talks and panicked. Now, everyone's writing about the story. 2 censored speakers spent a lot of the day yesterday on the phone with reporters, and they have a bunch of TV and radio interviews today. So they're actually getting more information than they would have earlier. Strip clubs do that all the time. They don't allow gang attire or something like that. Reddit, what are my thoughts? Some picture. No, I'm going to have to, my thought is that I'm going to have to close out all these links that I'm having open. Good night, Mad Dog, with my beehive hairdo. Video producer here, Jeremiah Red. There's no inadvertent way to get these skin tones. There's no cameras, color, or space which does this naturally. The only way to get his skin looking this red is deliberately boosting the saturation in post. This is on purpose. Are CNN AV people being ordered to make it look like Bernie's about to explode? Is it the first one? Like the one on the left is the one that's from CNN? It's definitely a different angle, but okay. I can't tell which one's from CNN and which one's not, Misanthropy. But a business suit is not what he wants, so setting a dress code forces other patrons to comply when the owner has one attire he doesn't like. Well, I would push and toe. I would agree with something like many stores and vacation spots say no bare feet are allowed. Is that wrong? No, I don't say that is wrong. But what is, if you said no leather outfits allowed, right? Would that get to what he's trying to be about? No motorcycle attire? If he had no leather and dress shirts only because he wants nothing with any logos, that would achieve the same thing. But by saying no motorcycle attire, I believe that he is targeting a specific group of people. I see the red one on the left, right? Okay, so what? I don't really have any thoughts on that. On Bernie Sanders and his look. I guess that's it. What if a woman wears leather pants? Well, wouldn't that be considered motorcycle attire too? I mean, I think it should be something that simple where it has to apply to everyone. If it seems like it applies to only a small group of people, then that is against the civil rights. Crystal meth and multiple personality disorder. I don't think that women should I mean, never mind. I agree with that too, Misanthropy, about going to bars. I don't go to bars. Well, even the term gang attire, I think even that is kind of a slippery slope. I mean, saying what people can and cannot wear. I know that certain places, like certain schools, have dress codes that people have to wear. Even certain public schools have dress codes. Oh, that's pretty cool. $1 cheeseburgers? That's very good. David used to tell me down in LA they had these amazing like happy hours at different places. There's a buffet at a strip club, like clam strips and chicken strips and fries. Herpes free since 03. There are several Thai required places. They have buffets. Wow, who knew? I did not know that.
What's that?
I didn't know there were buffets at strip clubs.
Yes, I knew that back in the 80s, they started doing that for lunches because guys were wanting to do two things at the same time: watch women and eat.
Okay.
And, it started in LA back in '88, and grew out into like a full spread, you know, salads, buffet, the whole thing.
Okay. I like this site though that you gave me, Schneier.com. Okay. My AKV, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, expert background on this one. I know David loves buffets. Yeah, I get that. Well, I just feel, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to talk more about the motorcycle attire thing. We could talk more about it, but I'm gonna bookmark this page. Thanks, I bookmarked that Schneier blog. Have David and I ever been to Sweet Tomatoes? No, but I've been to Tomato Street. That was very good. Hello, Carter Fan 98. How are you? We were talking about let's roast. Yeah, let's focus on America's third party. Are there any changes to the news today? Probably, but who cares about the news? How's your life? What can we do for you? How can you make what's your priority lately? It's like a buffet: salad, soup, pasta, breads, dessert. That sounds like a buffet to me. Maybe not the main course. We could do trivia, sure. If you would like to, we can do that. Just till David gets back. Hello, GGGK Goo. Gaga Goo Ga? Anyway. Can I skip the religion, the Bible part? We'll go straight to mythology. I mean, I think I grew up with too much biology. I mean, Bible stuff. Check. Trivia time. Mythology and folklore. I've already been through this book, so I'm just going to start again. In classical mythology, who was the greatest warrior on the Greek side of the Trojan War? Oh, Cliff to chat is correct. Ding! So is Jack, the bandit. It is Achilles. When he was an infant, his mother tried to make him immortal by bathing him in a magical river. But the heel by which she held him remained vulnerable. During the Trojan War, he quarreled with the commander, Agamemnon, and in anger, he sulked in his tent. Eventually, Achilles emerged to fight and killed the Trojan hero, Hector. But he was wounded in the heel by an arrow and died shortly thereafter. People speak of an Achilles heel as a one weak or sore point in a person's character. The Achilles tendon runs from the heel to the calf. Achilles is the hero of Homer's Iliad. The phrase "wrath of Achilles" refers to the hero's anger, which caused so much destruction that Homer refers to it as his main theme in the first line of the Iliad. I should probably read the Iliad and the Odyssey. Maybe I should do that to you. Hello, Add the One. This is Carter's fault, yes. I should actually, instead of doing trivia, I should probably focus on learning some programming. Achilles was wounded by an arrow in his heel, the only vulnerable part of his body. Shall we look at programming instead, or do you want another question? Continue with the trivia. Yeah, I don't have the Iliad and Odyssey in front of me, but you want to give me a... Misanthropy votes for programming. Click to chat's like, come on, I was on a roll here. All right, we'll do this till David comes back, since I've got the book open. Mythology. In classical mythology, who was an extremely beautiful boy who was loved by Aphrodite, the goddess of love? By extension, it's any handsome young man. Okay, deal. Programming when we come back. Narcissus was in love with himself. Or herself, whatever it was. Yes, Daryl VJ has it right. Ding! And so does Jack, the bandit. Add the one that has this emoji. I can't help smiling at it. Okay. All right. New clue. Who was a famous warrior of classical mythology, a leader in the Trojan War on the Trojan side? After the fall of Troy, this individual fled with his father and son and was shipwrecked at Carthage in northern Africa. Hector was killed by Achilles. It wasn't Hector. In Carthage, Dido, the queen of Carthage, fell in love with this person and ultimately committed suicide when she realized he could not stay with her forever. Oh, that's so sad.
You know, it's taking 3 days for us to get the Twitch number sharing it. It's amazing. They won't even respond to my email.
Well, they sent me a thing that's saying they're removing my phone number from their thing.
They're slowly doing it. Good.
Okay. All right. The answer is... Oh, okay. Thanks, Space Shuttle. I will do that next time.
We're going to read the book of Iliad and Odyssey.
Well, I've never read it. Have you?
Yeah, I've read pieces of it. It's time-consuming. It's history, raw history.
All right, it was Aeneas. After many trials, Aeneas arrived in what is now Italy. The ancient Romans believed that they were descended from the followers of Aeneas. Aeneas is a hero of the Aeneid of Virgil. Because he carried his elderly father out of the ruined Troy on his back, Aeneas represents filial devotion and duty. The doomed love of Aeneas and Dido has been a source of artistic creation since ancient times.
Aeneas, yeah. I forgot about Aeneas. And did he know Aphrodite?
Aphrodite was known by Adonis.
Adonis, not Aeneas, yeah.
Adonis was an extremely beautiful boy who Aphrodite loved.
But, yeah.
I heard they're cutting people's power off in California to prevent the spark. Like the year they were said a spark happened with a high wind and it led to a big fire, and so they claim that that's what they're trying to prevent.
We're going to lose at least 1 million viewers tonight, and we're sorry that they can't see us on their generators. So, yeah, not many people have generators hooked up right now. They're working on, lanterns and batteries and flashlights and things.
Misanthropy, I thought you lived in California. Maybe you don't, though.
Well, he lives in Southern California. They're not out of power.
Oh, okay.
That's like another state in and of
That's
itself.
true. All right. When I come back, we'll look at some programming, maybe.
You don't have to.
WebRTC,
Oh, okay.
HTML5.
Who doesn't want to know that?
Space Shuttle wants to know your thoughts on why would someone want to burn down a whole town?
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to tell you. It's a lot easier than eminent domain.
Because then they don't have to pay for their property when they want to put something in via eminent domain. Because if they're burned down, then, especially if the people burn down, then they don't have to pay for that property. It's like goes back to the state.
They are rebuilding in some areas, but oftentimes they want to sell that property at wholesale to big fashion centers, and there's talk about putting a high-speed rail through there too.
Especially if they think it's naturally caused, because they think, oh, if it happened once, then it can happen again. Then they want to get out of the area.
Yeah, that's possible the case. We all remember what happened in the Woolsey fire. People barely had enough time to leave their homes, then they were burned to death in their homes. That's too fast to imagine it happening as caused by electrical fire. The speed. Oh, I might maybe some Brussels sprouts in there and spinach and chicken.
Okay.
If you want any extra food besides what you have. Yep. I think that they wanted to use that corridor in Paradise as a high-speed rail system. That's what they're gearing up for. That's my gut feeling. And there's also the evidence Misanthropy brought into our show, showing that there is a possible use of that area for fracking. The California fracking plans are very similar to the fire areas. And PG&E is also in charge of the fracking and the gas operation in that region. So if there's an electric company with a modus operandi, an MO of wanting to get cheap land to make massive use of the resource, there was never an MO more powerful than this one. And the people that underwrite the PG&E company are the Rothschild family, the Carlyle Group. So, yeah, there's reason to believe that there's an underbelly to this entire plan, and denying people power is easy for them. They have no loss for them. What do they care? Keeping 800,000 people without any lights in their house, no big deal. Again, another reason why we need a third party, because Trump won't ever address this issue of powerful elitists running the world. We've taken politics to a higher level here, and we build this show off of the premise that we have a lot of questions unanswered. Our budget, for one, shouldn't be $1 trillion over budget every single year. It's now 1.34 trillion over budget, based on the Democrats overspending and the Republicans overspending. And what we're finding out right now from both of the Ukrainian situations with both Biden and Trump is that both parties are virtually uncovering their own corruption. And it's a spectacle to see. It really is. I mean, it's amazing how Devin Nunes has pried open corruption in the FBI, and I appreciate that. And it's also amazing how Nadler has carefully laid out a plan to impeach Donald Trump for working with the Russians and obstructing justice. Oh, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Ad1. Yeah, it's been a good day overall. Relaxing. I was watching Madam Secretary earlier in the day. I caught one episode of Madam Secretary and did a lot of work. I'm painting my deck around my spa right now. I don't really want to run for a small office. I only am here for one primary purpose, not to pad my pocket and making local decisions and fighting City Hall. I'm here to spearhead a brand new wave of politics, basically, and introduce a whole series of course corrections to the trajectory our country is going on right now. We are rudderless, and we need some focus. Now, I actually support the idea of getting out of Syria, and I think Trump did a good thing by using that idea to spike the media. That's a lot safer what he's doing than starting a war, and I think that's actually a good thing. It's a distraction, but it's certainly not going to stop the impeachment process. No. I would never subjugate myself and become weak. That's what life rape people do. You've been life raped, KY. Yeah, and you don't want to be at the beck and call of someone else or subservient to someone else. You've got to empower yourself. Don't bend over to someone else. Empower yourself. Yeah, if PG&E filed bankruptcy, then why is the name still the same? Exactly. They did, the way they do this is the bankruptcy move and the claiming a liability on the fires due to electrical counters. That's actually perfect. It lays right out a plan for the Rothschilds to surrender that equity, maintaining the asset, all the property they own, and then restructure the company so that they can make more money from the rates of the people in California. So that was really an elaborate move to raise the rates on PG&E users. End users of the electricity and gas. Yeah, they had to do it some way. It's a win-win because this way they can destroy the land, take advantage of the land for gas mining, and at the same time raise the rates on all the consumers. Hello? All right, back to you. I just had to take a personal call. I wouldn't do that. You're not allowed to build your own nuclear plant. I don't think you're allowed to have nuclear weapon fissile material, so you better not do that. No, it's no bad. Well, anything's bad news when it comes to, interrupting my normal flow of life. So yeah, it was bad news. Yeah. Still a good time to get solar panels before the end of the year. Yeah, wow, we have no freedom. Oh, you finally figured that out. Wow, good for you. Nice. Well, it's good to have a revelation like that. Anyway, we're stuck with baby Trump as he works his way around the impeachment hearings. And I think he should kind of low-key the impeachment process. I agree with many of the people out there, the pundits, that are saying that he's taking it too seriously. Yeah, I mean, Bill Clinton handled the impeachment much better than Donald Trump is. I never had sexual relations with that hanky, with that cigar. I never inserted the cigar in my orifice. No, personal calls don't go through Google filtering. They go through another system. Right on. So I'm good with Trump pulling out of Syria. I'm not too happy about 4 days of blackouts for Californians. I think it's a presumptuous thing to even say that the fire started with an electrical fire when there was no real serious arson investigation. I ask you, how do 47 fires start in a 6-hour period in a space of area about 500 miles long? How is that possible? Any arson investigator is going to say it has to be started by hand, or a more modernistic view would be it was literally ignited by directed energy weapons. So 47 people didn't run around the area starting fires. So there's a huge problem with the logic there. And that logic can only be solved with the simple fact that directed energy weapons could have been used. Yeah, so I still go back to that argument. And I'm not willing to part with it because I seriously think more people died down there than meets the eye. I think the people in Paradise, there were 26,000 people living in Paradise, and they only had 85 dead. The strange thing about Paradise is they had 88 dead, and then the death count went down to 85. So how do you have 88 dead and then suddenly 85 are dead? 3 people came back to life after they were burned to a crisp? Really? I don't think so. I think there's about 2,000 to 3,000 people displaced down there, maybe about 10,000 dead. And who would we really call up if, a couple, most of them were retirees. Who would even call up and say, hey, I don't even hear from my Uncle George anymore. I mean, what's going on with him? We haven't heard from Uncle George in years. Yeah, nobody cares about some of these retirees that are living in their houses with their gun collection that all melted at 3,000 degrees. So if an arson investigator were to look at that and say, how would that be a 3,000 degree fire? It couldn't have started with a wood fire to get to 3,000 degrees. It's impossible. There had to have been an accelerant. So everything points to extremely bad management by the fire department and upper brass, and probably somebody making a phone call going, yeah, this is so-and-so. We're going to take care of this. We're making sure that we get this land whether you like it or not. So just shut up about your arson investigation. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want anybody looking into anything. All right? You want to keep your job? All right. Click. That's what's going on. Our country is being run by mobsters, and worse than that, people who are willing to destroy our beautiful environment just to create land for gas mining or whatever other use they want. So this is a tragic experience for a lot of those people with a power outage that is ridiculous. Dave, they tried to take me out, but I'm back. So Super Saver Dave is a guy who threatened my life, 25 times or so? And you made $4 million doing it from you-know-who. Howie is this Mill guy, Millis person. That's his new name. I don't know where he is. I don't even care. Yeah, in a state of emergency, you have no rights. They can declare that at any time they want. They just have to create it. We're in such a vulnerable spot without any recall in our government with a bunch of bubbling idiots in the Democratic Republican Party who won't question anything. We're such a vulnerable place that anything can happen. All they need is martial law in 3 states and 3 separate city municipalities, and they would declare it across the nation. And then they move it on FEMA camp version 101. Then there's once they get that normalized, then there's going to be a pandemic, and then everyone is going to have to be vaccinated, that kind of thing. And then they go door to door, and then of course they'll do gun searches for your personal firearm. That happened during Katrina. Everybody who had firearms down there in and around Louisiana had their firearms taken away. Yeah, Dow futures down 200, now up. And by the way, the Dow Jones was down 300 points last night. Let's see what it is today. It's up 181. Up and down the bunny trail with the Dow Jones average. I think Donald Trump is actually holding the fort, and I'm not that concerned about the trajectory of his administration. As long as he, minimizes his exaggerant tweeting, he'll be fine. The Democrats have proven to be so ineffective in assembling an impeachment case that it's hardly possible that they're going to have a cohesive argument to pass to the Senate. They don't have anybody with the brains that I have to even assemble an argument. Sorry to say, but You guys are flying on lox and bagels with Gerald Nadler. If Trump is supplying money to the Ukraine for defense purposes against the Russians, how can he expect Putin to want any dealings with the U.S.? Trump is receiving money from both Russia and Poroshenko. According to Michael Cohen's testimony, he got $1.5 million from Poroshenko and $4 million from the Russians. That was part of $17 million that Michael Cohen got, which we don't know where that went. And if it was done properly and the Mueller investigation was done right, they would have known where that money went. And did Donald Trump get a piece of it? But both the Ukrainian government was getting their best interests met, and at the same time, Michael Cohen was taking their money. He was talking about installing Artemenko in place of Poroshenko. Anyway, that's a long time ago. Now we're in a situation where Michael Cohen's in jail, and the Democrats don't even want to get him out and get more dirt on the Russian situation, because Michael Cohen has a lot more information about Donald Trump's Russian connection. So the Democrats haven't even done that, and they still believe the Mueller report, and it's still sitting there with redactions, and they're waiting on prosecuting Paul Manafort. At the rate they're going, the impeachment hearing will start probably in a couple months, or the initial stages will start next week, but they won't get to anything or even a vote for a couple months. Meanwhile, we're heading toward the 2020 election. So it's highly unlikely they're going to assemble a case that will pass muster with the Senate. So I don't think there's a problem for Donald Trump. He's got the Republicans in his court, but ironically, this decision to get out of Syria has separated him from significant members in Congress, senators who are hardline Republicans that do not want to see us in any way give an inch. And it does seem like he's kowtowing to Putin on this one, because that's exactly what Putin wants, is us out of Syria. So there's a backlash to what Donald is doing right now that it could come right out of his own party and bite him in his ass. That's possible. But it's very complicated. I think Trump will win votes with this in the long run, because people don't want, even the Democrats don't want to extend these wars forever. I think a lot of people are saying, we've had enough in this region, and that's a message I've been pushing, and I think it'll sell to the main portion of America. So I think he's making a very bold move by following my advice. I admire the fact that he followed my advice on that one. Good job, Donald. And good job keeping the gas prices down. I appreciate that too. But the story is half the country would vote for Hillary tomorrow. And typically a Fox News report just said that half the country, more than half of America voters, want Trump impeached and removed from office. So, yeah, I'm not going to get the newer version of Google. Sorry. Oh, okay. Trump defends troop withdrawals. Yes, we got that. I think we're good. Thank you. Thank you. I know that. Well, Hillary's got a new version. I think she's gonna. If she does make a comeback, it'll be the Hillary clone that'll make the move. She looks good. I think the Hillary clone is as pretty as Hillary is. Yeah. Only, I would say that we did that video last night on Hillary and the mob. You probably saw that. It's pretty good. Yeah, it was a little video we did about Hillary's father, who took over for Al Capone in Chicago. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, we never realized how her roots were that deep with the mob, and of course, so is Donald's. Both of them have had dealings with the Gambino family. Yeah. Oh, I think I put that in 153. Yeah, I have it in one. Hey, I have a Flipboard, folks, if you want to check out my source of magazines, and I have all kinds of links, and they're all positioned here on Flipboard. Yeah, you can check out all 30 magazines we've constructed now. Yeah, I don't think we should pay for a state-sponsored circumcision. No. I didn't know the government was paying for circumcision. No, I think Hillary's chances are as good as Biden's. And whoever chooses me as vice president will win. If Donald chooses me, or if Hillary, or if Biden, whoever chooses me as vice president will win the election. That's my prediction. Check this out. We saw some serious brutality last night. Yeah, the cop was literally just hauled a black man out of his car for no reason. Didn't even tell him the reason. Maybe it isn't political cover-up. I'm going to have to go down to political cover-up. Try that, maybe. Well, it somehow eluded me. I wanted that. I'll have to look for it later. Maybe I can find it in my history file. I need one last shot, because I need a copy of that. Clinton. Yeah, here it is. It's a dailymail.com. Here's the story. Yeah, Hillary Clinton's ties to the mob are extensive. How former Secretary of State met with mafia heir at his pizzeria, where he asked for father's release from prison. In return for an offer she couldn't refuse. Yeah, this isn't the story about Hillary's dad, though. Yeah, this is the Gambino family. They know the Clintons and the Trumps. So I'm not in any way drawing connections other than photo ops here. But the story does. Oh, this is a story that really is interesting about Hillary. Well, of course, Anthony Weiner's emails, still the QAnon group, they're running around with that going, yeah, why doesn't Trump prosecute anybody at NYPD? And how come we haven't seen any movement there? The QAnon group is sitting there with their mouth open going, I don't understand. Donald Trump's trying to stop the deep state. What's going on? The moment FBI agents found Hillary Clinton's emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop was an quite a moment there. And apparently there's a huge number of them, 340,000 emails. And according to Comey, they were all repeated. That's not the case. Comey lied, which is very weird that Comey would lie about repeated messaging. He said that they had a special tool that the government could detect the same emails over and over again. That's not true. They noticed there were 340,000 emails on them connected to HillaryClinton.com and state.gov. So there's more to the story NYPD has about this. And it looks to me like Hillary got total protection on that one, and Donald Trump didn't bother to even investigate it. Very, very suspicious. If you're a QAnoner, you'd have to question your thinking that Trump is stopping the deep state. He clearly is part of the deep state. No question about it. And you can see that's not quite like the Hillary clone that we've looked at. Right. Their faces are different, so the one that will be doing the touring will look different than her. Yeah. She's a double, and she looks pretty good. Yeah, she's got all the characteristics that Hillary has facially, but a much younger look. So they're probably grooming her for the full reveal in about a week or so. Once she makes the return to the media, she'll be the one pretending to be Hillary. And she talks just like her. Her voice box sounds exactly like it. And we don't know if she's wearing an implant, a voice modulator, but that's possible too. Yeah, I kind of thought that Hillary would be re-entering the race. It doesn't surprise me. She looks like she's demonized, really. Well, I don't know if the new Hillary drinks blood, human blood. You know, that's the thing. This is the first you've heard of me. What is my biggest priority? Absolutely, my biggest priority is to legalize marijuana. That's my number one priority. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I made it my priority at the start of our show when I introduced the image of Cheech getting a little herb, and since you can't vape anymore, this is going to be the thing of the future, whether you like it or not. Now, my biggest priority is to help people build new opportunities, new jobs, because automation is going to take over all the jobs this country is relying on right now. And we also have a basic income plan. I'm the originator of that. It's not an Andrew Yang thing, but we were willing to top Andrew Yang's number of $1,000 a month with $1,111 a month if Andrew Yang wins the nomination for president of the Democratic Party. If he doesn't, I'm going to stick to my $500 a month for any non-U.S. or rather any U.S. citizen only. We won't be giving money to illegals like Donald's doing right now. He's giving out food stamps to illegal aliens all over the country. No, I'm not going to. I wouldn't even think of doing that. I wouldn't even think of opening up it's the light till 9 o'clock when my thing switches over. I have to wear these. I would never violate a federal law growing marijuana or selling it or anything like that. Well, I don't know. I didn't do it for the Illuminati. I'm doing it for the number 1111. Obama's never going to make your house payment. You know, once he starts dealing with the fraud issues he and his transgender husband created, he'll have to, pay out of the court fees and everything. It's not pretty. We've been lied to about Michelle Obama. She's a transgender. She would, instead of calling her the FLOTUS, we would call her the TOTUS. Transgender of the United States. Well, thanks, Clark, for coming in. The reason why you haven't heard about me is because I'm heavily censored in the media. Yeah. Where did you first hear about the show? Just from the FEC candidate list? Yeah, I plan on regulating up to a certain degree. We've got to get rid of the cyanide in marijuana. There's a pesticide called Eagle 20 that's being used. It's used on grape crops, and they've decided to use it on pot crops. And what happens when they burn the marijuana or make derivatives of it, it creates cyanide. We have to stop that. So regulating the growing process will be very important, and we'll also be getting a 10% tax on every aspect of the trade. The growers will pay 10%, the processors will pay 10%, and the end retailers will pay 10%. This model is working at 42% in Washington, barely. I think lightening it up and taking it to a total of 30% will really help grow the entire business nationwide. But it's still working at 42% taxes being withdrawn from the Washington state economy. We've sold over about $2 billion worth of marijuana in this state. So far, it's really brought a ton of revenue in, about $800 million in revenue to the state of Washington so far. I don't want to grow anything. I'm not going to violate any laws, man. You've been hospitalized, but you're back. No, government doesn't disperse money very well. They're wasting money. They have $1 trillion over budget. These Democrats and Republicans don't know what they're doing with the money. I've been censored. That's why I had to do the blackface video. Yes. I was censored back in 2008. I ran a campaign against Barack Obama, virtually 54 days nonstop campaigning. And I sent out over 200 press releases and not one response. And at that point, I realized, I did get a response from an old dorm roomie I had back in the 70s. And he said, "Hey, Dave, I didn't know you were running for president." He's a journalist. So I know they got the letter. The letter went through. But here I was after 54 days of frustration.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the
the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday.
Hey, so, I've been doing this ever since 11 years now, and this effort isn't going away. And I realized then that I needed to do something bold and dramatic, and using my free speech to its max, making an impersonation video of Barack Obama was a huge hit. I have the shirt. Yeah, I have the same shirt in the closet. I haven't worn it since then. I mothballed it back then. No, I have new shirts everywhere I go. I have old shirts too. I use all my white shirts to their max. Even if I have spots on them, I wear them around the house just to, clean things up. And today I painted my deck, or I Thompson treated it, water treated it, in a kind of a rough white shirt I used to wear on the show. I always make good use of every product I have. That's part of the psychology of sustainability. You have to build sustainability into your form of living, how you live. You can't just expect things to be brand new every day and just, tomorrow you're going to throw everything out and then buy something new. You just can't do that. Well, I've had to get more orange because of the need for the matching the president's spray-on orange. That is me. It's definitely me. I'm the same person. If I matted the face over me, I would essentially be the same person. I'll position it for you. No different. I'm the same person, dude. But everything's changed. The world has gotten weirder, so, when Hunter S. Thompson made a quote, when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. And I guess I'd consider myself a little weird. Well, who else on the internet sprays their face every 15 minutes with fruit enzyme spray? I'm getting ready for my new mix. I'm going down to the bottom on this one. It's the fruit enzyme spray. I use it to freshen up my skin now. It rehydrates your skin and gets rid of wrinkles and stuff. I have a special ingredient I use in the fruit enzyme spray, and the fruit enzyme spray is originally made from Michelle Dermaceuticals fruit enzyme spray, but I break it down to 1 part per 10 parts of purified water, and that's coming from a special tap from the source, the Fountain of Youth. I found it. Yeah, I can't tell you where it is though. I don't want to talk like Trump because his voice sounds like it's a wind-up doll from another era, So I'd rather let Trump talk like Trump. He's a 20th century guy. I'm a 21st century guy. It's that simple. Oh, I'd love to talk like Trump. Thank you for asking me. I will gladly show you all of my taxes, all 10 years, no problem. I used to do some dabs, yeah. I tried some dabs when they first came out. Now they're outlawing all fruity THC vaporizers as well. So you can't get any... I assume dabs will be available because they're not fruity. But they're so concerned about this. The Democrats want everyone to become cigarette smokers that they're banning any type of a liquid vaporizer. So maybe you won't be able to get dabs in the future in Washington. I don't know. But this moron of a governor, absolutely, this guy, I've actually called him names before to his face. I had him in a phone call once, and I called him an absolute idiot. Jay Inslee. I said, you're an absolute idiot. I can't believe you'd even think of running for office. And then he ran for governor and won. The Democrats will vote for anybody who has the ability to stand up and talk about cap and trade legislation. And that's all Jay Inslee does. He just kisses the Democrats' ass with talking about cap and trade this, cap and trade that. And he was going to run for president, but they realized this guy doesn't have a personality. All he talks about is cap and trade. It's a total scam. So some people have this bizarre belief that I'm a robot, that I replaced the original David Sponheim. That is absurd. That is completely impossible. I am perfectly natural, and I sound very human. I was raised to be a Roman Catholic. I went to masses that were in Latin when I was a kid. Clark, that's a bannable offense. Anyone mentioning the word autism is bannable here? Yeah. We find that we want to minimize the discussion of autism here. That could be a Democrat thing. Yeah. We don't consider the subject as important as you do. Everybody who knows they have an autistic child, they have a huge burden to bear. The last thing we need to do is talk about it. Yeah. Everyone is talking about the poor autistic children. What about all the people, the support teams that they have? My goodness. There's an autistic child in my area who's working at a local store, and I'm glad. They made him, he's capable of doing things. So there's a lot of people helping people migrate to a functional society, and that's good. That's a good thing. Oh, I should do a monologue between Putin, Nixon. Mr. President, you do not think that Russia will allow you to take over all operations in Syria? We are telling you to leave Syria immediately and do like David Sponheim said. Withdraw troops. I should do that. I don't know why Trump is taking my idea, but I think it works really well with Putin. So, hey, it's a win-win for Putin, and it's a win-win for me. I don't think our country should be involved in stopping wars all over the world. I'm the originator of America not being the 911 to the world. I said it in my show about 5 years before Trump started using that rhetoric. I would be very good at handling anybody, assuming I'm not meeting them in person. I would never meet Vladimir Putin in person. That's difference between me and Donald Trump. He would. What are you making for dinner for tomorrow? I am making a chicken wrap as opposed to a burrito. Yeah, I found out that burritos are now cold. Yeah. They serve cold burritos now in America. So I'm making a wrap, a hot chicken wrap. It'll be affordable. I'll probably serve one wrap for under $2. Yeah, wrap. Not crap, wrap. Yeah, meeting people people need to meet people. Obviously, Teddy Roosevelt was on the back of a train, yelling at people and shaking hands and kissing babies. But now I don't think that's necessary. We've got so much communication capability from the White House that I could pretty much do all operations from the White House. And I won't be going on any golfing trips, so the Secret Service can camp out in the backyard and we won't have to pay extra fees. We'll save money there. I think Biden's son can work in Ukraine all he wants. I think Biden could even get his son a job in Ukraine, but they call that nepotism. Either way, I don't think there's a law broken there because Biden was firing the prosecutor who didn't do his job. And that prosecutor, unless the Trumps can prove that prosecutor was investigating Biden's son, they're going to have a hard time connecting the dots. It was implied that Biden held $1 billion back from Ukraine in order to fire a prosecutor who was prosecuting his son. He wasn't prosecuting his son. Yeah, thank you. Good luck, Clark. But we don't talk about, people who are suffering from that terrible mental disorder. There's nothing I can do for them. It's a systemic problem. We can only make their life a little bit easier. The biggest problem for them is just accepting the world as it is. And part of that is accepting failure, frailty, imperfection. And one of the problems that inherent in the type of autism that Greta has her Asperger syndrome, she is unable to accept any in between. It's either her way or the highway. And this is also true with the autistic tendency of being obsessive compulsive. They don't want any deviation to their schedule. Well, unfortunately, our world is a little imperfect. Sorry, Greta.
How dare you! I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school, on the other side of the ocean.
Well, hopefully she'll be able to get home safely in her $3 million yacht that her parents and George Soros paid her. We can save a lot of money. In fact, our country never really moved toward, oh, there's no such thing as Asperger's syndrome? Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Oh, among the circuit? The circuit? Well, how come everyone's saying she has Asperger's? What do they call it now? It's still autism, right? You want to find KY a new house? Okay, we're going to go to Kentucky for 37 grand. We want to find KY a new house. We'll use Zillow.com on this Wasteful Wednesday to go looking for a $37,000 house in Kentucky. KY wants to move to Kentucky. Well, he lives in Kentucky, so let's take a look. Okay, we're going to put it up for 37. I'll make it 37,000. And we will see what happens. Going to the map. Survey said, yeah, I had one for 17,000 just now. Should I go back to that? Oh, that's kind of nice. 35,000. Right on the boundary. Oh, that look at that, KY. It's a 5,000. It's in Augusta, Kentucky, and it's a very nice stick frame. Look at that. You can fix that up. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Look at that. Big yard. Nice porch in the background. Good screen porch. You got to have that out on the East Coast with the mosquitoes and God knows what else. That bathroom can be fixed up. Yeah, sure. It's just got it's old wood. It looks like it's fairly decent. I don't see any major water damage. You'd have to inspect it though. You just got the carpeting and all the flooring and just put down Pergo. Yeah, that's 34,500. Do you really have 39,000? Oh, you want to move to Dayton, Ohio? Searching Dayton, Ohio. I am the equivalent of Watson. My interactive capability gives me the ability that you can talk and interact with AI. Dayton, Ohio. Here we go. Dayton. I am not AI. I just said you can interact with AI. Yeah. It's true. I'm the only one who can fix things. Thank you. Okay, I'm zooming in psychically on this $25,000 beautiful house in Dayton, Ohio. Look at this, folks. Go to Zillow, yeah. This is a beauty, KY. It's a corner lot. And that is a really, really nice provincial house. Absolutely. The look at the architectural rendering, especially the railing that's falling off of the top. That's got a little work to be done. Yeah, got to get that railing. But look at the molding inside. Oh my gosh, this is a masterpiece. Oh, KY, you cannot pass this up. Look at the built-ins in this thing. Oh, what a beautiful kitchen. And that kitchen looks decent, man. Bathrooms are okay. You can move it. It's almost move-in ready. This beautiful house is only $24,900 and is available right now. Do you want the link? Dayton, Ohio. Let's go for it. And you'll save $10,000 for renovations. There you go. Go for it, KY. Build yourself a new life away from Kentucky. Trump asked Rex Tillerson to convince the DOJ to drop criminal case Giuliani was defending. Oh, okay. That's enlightening. Yeah, I thought you supported Trump. Trump has been possibly using his influence over his own IRS documents, too. That's another misuse of power that may be going on. Yeah, but Secretary of State Rex Tillerson refused to interfere. This is interesting.
Office meeting in 2017 to lean on the Department of Justice to drop the case of this Iranian-Turkish gold trader, Reza Zarrab. And the reason why this is so important is that Reza Zarrab was a client of Rudy Giuliani's. So you're starting to see a sense for how far back the president's relationship with Rudy Giuliani goes during his time in the White House, and the degree to which Rudy Giuliani had influence over the president in pushing his own goals to secure the freedom of a client. We were told that Secretary of State Tillerson refused. He said that to interfere in a Department of Justice investigation of this stature would be a clear obstruction and would be illegal. He refused to do that. And then in a subsequent conversation with then Chief of Staff John Kelly, he reiterated that he would do no such thing.
Okay, Rex Tillerson now piping in that Trump wanted him to misuse his power to do something else as another favor for someone. So it looks like a pattern of misuse of power by Trump at this point. So it's just a matter of whether the Democrats can assemble the case that can convince enough senators now to leave the traditional support of the president and move toward a different plan. Now, the possibility that Trump is specifically involved in all these and Pence is not is looming forward, leaving Pence with the opportunity of becoming our president as a result of Trump's finagling on the side. They never were able to draw a connection between Trump and Pence and the Russians, although that does exist. And Pence has not complied with FEC law. He actually hasn't disclosed his emails. When he was the governor of Indiana, his AOL list was completely purged, which means that he's in violation of that. So Pence really doesn't have a clean record either. And he does go down in saying the Russians weren't involved when in fact they were involved in the rigging of the election. So it could go that Pence goes down, and then of course Pelosi becomes our president if they pass the Senate. It's highly unlikely that a Republican-led senator group would do that and then remove Pence and Trump. They'd more than likely leave Pence and make sure that Pelosi doesn't get too close to the presidency. Yes, Clark, our bannable offenses are not to demoralize people. And, talking about autism is very demoralizing. It really is. The worst thing people have to deal with who are autistic is they're being labeled. And that's difficult. No one wants to be labeled. Here's a beautiful house in Dayton. Smaller, but still has potential. Nice little kitchenette. Corian countertop. Tile floors. Nicely painted cabinets. Really nice trim. That's all they show, but it's a cute little house. Very small though, but $30,000. So Dayton, Ohio is a pretty nice place to find a low-cost house. I mean, you got a lot to choose from. I mean, it's almost unbelievable. There's that house again, 24.9. Keeps popping up. But you can get a real small house out in the middle of nowhere with a big lot too. Look at that, $10,000 will get you that house. That's all you got, just that picture. All right, thank you for that. Not much going on here is, as we look through the news, it's the Bay Area outages, serious problem. People don't like it. Pentagon analyst is charged in leaks of classified reports. Hillary on Biden-Ukraine allegations said, fair game to question judgment, but no evidence of wrongdoing. Okay, yeah, I would agree with her on that. But Joe Biden is calling for Trump's impeachment. And it is not the first time Joe Biden called for his impeachment.
The ballot box is sacred ground in America. That's where we make our voices heard. That's where we decide who leads us. That's where we chart America's future. It's where we fulfill our duty as citizens. It's not complicated. It's called democracy. We believe Americans should decide American elections, period. But Donald Trump will do anything to get reelected, including violating the most basic forms of democracy. It's stunning, and it's dangerous, because it directly threatens our democracy.
Okay, we're going to give Joe Biden a 10-minute, 22-minute show later tonight. But in all fairness, we want to show this enhanced audio clip of Joe Biden with a young girl, age 13, that I think everyone needs to see.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to go over?
So he told a 13-year-old girl how incredibly horny she made him feel. Yeah, and he also said, talk to his daughter Ashley about the film. Now, it is inappropriate for him to tell a young 13-year-old how horny he feels. Yeah, that's definitely inappropriate. And he's admitted to making other inappropriate statements. And when asked, he said in our show, whether we can believe it was him or not, that he made a home movie with his daughter. It's just, yeah. I don't know what that was. All right. Well, it was not interpreted a special way. He really did say it. You just have to listen really closely.
Girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in.
Yeah, it is quite revealing, and it's been audio sweetened as best we can do right now. It's very hard to hear that because it's far away from the microphone, but it's definitely him saying those things. So I'm not here to judge him. He didn't touch the girl indecently, but you want this one? Okay, he's found something nice. Here's KY Poopy's choice of a house. Okay, this is bound to be a very affordable, I'm guessing $6 million. Oh, that's kind of cool. Wow. Price unknown. That's tough. That's out of Dayton, Ohio, and I don't think that it's in New Mexico, man. You know, KY, you could live in a trailer in New Mexico for $250 a month. Anyway, I hope Biden pulls through. I've always liked him as a political candidate. I hope he makes it through this rough period where he's being accused of getting his son a good job, I guess. Nothing other than that really sticks unless Trump and his team can find more about China and Whitey Bulger's nephew. Other than that, Biden looks like a go for the Democratic nomination, unless, of course, Hillary gets into it and competes with him. All right. One of the things I like about Biden that you didn't get with Hillary was that man-to-man back at you insult. With Hillary, it's like Donald insulted her and she was right back at him, but it wasn't that repartee between men that are going at each other, because Donald Trump uses pretty low blows when he battles his opponents. He attacked he attacked Ted Cruz, calling his wife a whore. That was pretty intense. And I felt that was way out of line. And I can't even imagine what Ted Cruz was thinking at the time. I can make public appearances once I have the base that I need, but I can't get the base without donations. So I'll be doing all of my work from the television or online internet as we move forward. I can't travel anywhere because I can't afford to provide a large security force to travel with me. I can protect myself anywhere I am, but especially here, but oh, you don't think that was Joe Biden in the room? Oh, okay. I don't, I thought he was pretty good. If it wasn't Joe Biden, I'm fine with that too. I don't care. He was consistent though, and his chat dar checked out. He looked like Joe Biden. He talked like Joe Biden. But if they wanted to troll me that way, that's fine too. I don't really care. Joe Biden's going to have to answer to the big issue about him touching young women. He still hasn't really gotten to that point. He made a very above board statement about not touching children, but we got so many pieces of footage on him that show him just completely weirding girls out, little girls especially. That can't fly well in this era of pedogate and how concerned people are about, molestation of children. So he hasn't really answered to that, the little girl thing. I'm not on the ballot in any state, Clark. I don't think you understand, this entire concept. It requires people to participate. Yeah, and if you don't realize that, then asking me that question, you wouldn't know. We only get small donations. I think there's a limiter on the number of dollars you can donate. If any of you do want to donate like $100 or $150, I'm curious if it'll even go through. Because I've had a few people test the system for $2 and $3, but we haven't had many big donations in a long, long time. Since 2014, our largest donation came in. And then from then on, it's been $2 and $3, and I think we got $40 recently. That's all we get. I think there's a limiter on it. We can't prove it, though. PayPal can limit the number of people donating without us knowing it. We can't use GoFundMe or crowdfunding because they don't allow political campaign funding whatsoever. Well, I'd like to be president in order to fulfill my greatest goal is to get rid of the terrible pollution that's being dumped on our planet. And also provide all of you fresher water and fresher air to breathe. And ultimately get everybody a home. I really like to see everybody have home ownership. I think it's a far more sustainable plan for America if we all owned our own house or apartment or kitchenette. And I also really want to run for president because I'm tired of these laws preventing legal marijuana. What happened in the 60s was going to go all the way. And in this movie, when they couldn't find Dave, I couldn't get to the show fast enough. And they started filming and they said, hey, is Dave there? Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here, man. I couldn't get there fast enough. No, not Dave. Dave. Oh, Dave's not here, man. Okay. So we'll have that in the lineup tonight. Yeah. I just don't know where we're going with all these revelations about Hillary and the mob, Hillary and Anthony Weiner's emails, the allegations that Hillary was involved in some sort of a child abuse video. All of those QAnon stuff, the things that you thought Trump was going to pursue, he never did. How can any of you possibly believe in QAnon? It's clearly a construct of the CIA. Let's see if we get knocked off the internet now. Last night I said that QAnon was a construct of the CIA, and I got knocked off of 2 channels. Oh, I never ban people that are asking general questions. I only ban people who are stalkers, Clark, and clearly you are a stalker. Anyone trying to demoralize the show and coming back with the same line of crap is stalking me. And you don't deserve to be in here, Clark, or whoever you are. I don't buy the QAnon story either, but I think the CIA spun a pretty good support mechanism for Donald Trump. I mean, think of all those people that go, yeah, Donald Trump is fighting the deep state. He's doing a really good job, too. I'd rather listen to Yoko Ono scream. Okay, type FBI or CIA, they'll get ghosted down the internet by now. I don't openly look to get tracked by the FBI or the CIA, sir. I'm not looking to be ghosted. Oh, we've got a story here that's another police brutality story. They just keep coming. I am a man of the people, yes, indeed. A man of and by the people, but not of and by the stalkers. I don't represent the stalkers of America, sorry. So you, sir, are new and you realize that somebody else was just kicked out of here? As soon as they were kicked out, you came in? You are aware that puts you on high vulnerability issues for banning. You could be banned the next term. Okay, I'll take a look at that story if I can get it. Yeah, see, the Democrats have had stolen money, too. They've been working with Ukrainian Secret Service, had IMF funds given to Hillary in a previous campaign. This story was brought to you by the conservative Gateway Pundit. Former Ukrainian Secret Service official leaks info on how Ukraine funded Clinton campaign with stolen IMF money. I am the right man for the job, yeah. Yeah, this Vasily Prozorov was a Ukrainian security service staffer all the way to 2018. You know, the connection to the Democrats in Ukraine is very strong too. So we're really seeing both parties kind of tear each other out right now. We're seeing the underbelly of corruption in both parties because they're really trying to fillet each other. Yeah, Trump gets the night off tonight. You don't see anybody in the White House right now. This is pretty much, he and Melania are having a night out tonight, where he turns to her and calls her it. I don't know. I don't know anything about their relationship. They may be getting along really well. Melania said yesterday that she has had questions about his tweeting, and he tried to stop his tweets a couple times. But he is his own man, and he does whatever he can. She's very supportive of him. So, yeah. No, beautiful man, those questions are not really relevant to the show. I'm so sorry. You don't qualify here. This guy created 5 or 6 accounts before he came in here. His last remaining account is Verzion. Yeah. And we're just going to let him stay, see how long he can hang in the room. He's been stalking me for 2 days now. This is the couch that Ronald Reagan met with the Mujahideen of Afghanistan to plan to destroy 17,000 Russian airmen flying over Afghanistan. This is the place that Ronald Reagan gave Mujahideen large rocket SAM missile systems to control and kill 17,000 Russian fighter pilots in Afghanistan. I know a lot about the history of this room. How do you like the new American government run by Mr. Russian President Donald Trump? It was at this location that Ronald Reagan met Charlie Wilson and the Mujahideen and had to help the people of poor Afghanistan and give them weapons that they then used as terrorist attacks on the American people. It was here that he doled out jelly beans to every one of the Mujahideen, along with SAM missile systems and Laz rockets. It was very clever. And it was precisely at that moment that Ronald Reagan truly developed Alzheimer's disease. Because those jelly beans had red dye number 40 in it, which is linked to Alzheimer's disease in recent studies. It's amazing. Jelly beans did him in. Yeah, I think it's the red dye in the jelly beans that finally just went tweet, 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 tweet. Ronald Reagan didn't know what he was doing half the time. He was just an actor anyway. He had to read off a script. We haven't had a real president since Jimmy Carter. And boy, is he amazing. You know, we had him yesterday we saw him working after falling and had 14 stitches on his head. It was amazing. He was helping to build people's homes a day after he had fallen and had 14 stitches. I don't know. It looks to me like he was beaten up. I definitely think that somebody got to Jimmy Carter and just beat him up and said, I don't think he should be talking badly about Donald Trump. I don't know. It looks like he's been roughed up. It doesn't look like a fall to me, man. Seriously, poor Jimmy. I love you, Jimmy. I voted for Jimmy Carter, and I'd vote for him again, but he doesn't want to run. He said anybody over 80 or 80 or over shouldn't be running. Words of wisdom to Bernie Sanders. Bernie would turn 80 in office. Jimmy said nobody 80 should be running our country. You got to wonder who got to Jimmy. That looks like Jimmy was beaten up. Or the same thing happened to Reid. Yeah, Senator Reid, Harry Reid was roughed up. Former senator of Nevada. Had a similar eye injury. I'm just a little seriously concerned that poor Jimmy was maybe roughed up. Maybe he said the wrong thing publicly, and they wanted to make sure he reeled it in. Can you imagine beating up an old man like that? Same thing happened to Harry Reid when he made a few statements that people didn't like. Look at that. He got really banged up hard. So what's going on when you got former presidents and former senators getting bashed around? I'm beginning to believe the mob is behind this. Yeah. Sure sounds like it to me. I mean, that's Harry Reid was Nevada. I mean, that's the center of the mob, right? We're going to make you an offer you can't refuse, Mr. Jimmy Carter. You better stop saying bad things about Mr. Trump. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just hypothetically suggesting that maybe Jimmy was beaten up. That does not look like a fall. Yeah, I've seen falls before, but I don't know, man. I don't know. You can believe whatever you want, though. You know, it's your choice. I did not hear about the Chick-fil-A slaying today. I missed it. Last night we were listening to Mark Zuckerberg because we've got his captions, all the things he says about the media. And we've got a whole slew of his answers and response. If you ever want to go to that, you can certainly play his responses. I think I'm on number... I started... Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I haven't... on protecting contract content moderators. On Libra's rocky rollout. That was where I left off. Libra is a cryptocurrency that Facebook is expecting to boost their sales with, and it's had a rocky rollout. I don't think we should bother listening to Mark Zuckerberg. No. I just thought that'd be a go-to thing to do if you had to. All right. Sarah did a little trivia for you guys earlier. Appreciate that.
Okay, so right now, I think I'm going to read about HTML5.
Okay, cool. There's Bernie. Bernie had something similar happen to him. Yeah, look at this. Bernie Sanders had an eye injury too. It's like, are these people being beaten up? Jimmy Carter.
No.
What?
David.
What?
That's where they're putting the implant for controlling them.
Oh, they're putting an RFID chip in all these old guys? Oh, that's so sad.
I don't know if it's all the old guys.
Well, I'm thinking they're all being beaten up. That Harry Reid was beaten up, Bernie Sanders was beaten up, Jimmy Carter was beaten up. It looks like elderly abuse, doesn't it? And Sarah's got an interesting theory about implants. Possibility. We even have Barack Obama with a scar on his head. That could be telling too. See you later.
Okay. See ya. All right. Of course, the implants. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Shall I do W3 schools for HTML5? LearnPython.org. Okay, you want me to learn Python? Going for it. Jumping in. I thought I have to download something though for that. Oh, no, I don't. He's got an in-browser thing for me. Ha! Love it! Okay, I know I'm kind of funny, but I do like it. Do I need to sign in with Google? Did I get a new trivia book? I know, you found a way for me to do it online. This is so cool. This is actually really cool. All right, here we go. Yes. All right. Welcome. We're going to learn Python. I'm kind of excited. I've been meaning to do this for like a long time, and then I come on the show and I don't do good things like this. Ow! My back. Just a sec. Okay, sorry, David. I'm gonna pause that. He's like, what are you doing, Sarah? Then he'll have to look for this one, so I better move it up. I guess I'll leave that. David's... I can totally do it. I don't care what is going on with my back. I am totally going to learn this. Sarah should learn how to make her own Python script that will show all the chat in one window. Actually, it would be cooler, yes, if it showed all the chat in one window and had it like literally in one window, not just like one browser with 3 different chats, but like, boom, this is iVlog. Boom, this is, yeah, that would be awesome. All right, too much work with little benefit. Maybe for you it would be little benefit. All right, getting started learning Python with DataCamp's free Intro to Python tutorial. Learn data science by completing interactive coding challenges and watching videos by expert instructors. Start now. This site is generously supported by DataCamp. DataCamp offers online interactive tutorial Pythons for data science. Join 575,000 other learners and get started learning Python for data science today. Do I need to start that? And make it save all the links for David automatically. Ah, I like that. Welcome to LearnPython.org's interactive Python tutorial, whether you're an experienced programmer or not. Not. Okay, anyway, this website is intended for everyone who wishes to learn the Python programming language. Yes, score, that's me. All right, you are welcome to join our group on Facebook for questions, discussions, and updates. Just click on the chapter you wish to begin from and follow the instructions. Good luck. That is a good idea about the chat thing. All right, learn the basics. Hello, world. All right, we can start with the basics. Python is a very simple language. It has a very straightforward syntax. It encourages programmers to program without boilerplate prepared code. The simplest directive in Python is a print directive. It simply prints out a line and also includes a new line, unlike in C. There are two major Python versions, Python 2 and 3. Python 2 and 3 are quite different. This tutorial uses Python 3 because it is more semantically correct, and it supports newer features. Push and Toe over at iVlog said, Sarah, can we continue the motorcycle dress issue? Just kidding! Oh, Sarah sounds so enthusiastic, and David sounded extra preppier tonight. Is there something in your guys' water? Well, they are doing a flush tomorrow. Does that count? Maybe that's why they're flushing it out. For example, one difference between Python 2 and 3 is the print statement. In Python 2, the print statement is not a function, and therefore it is invoked without parentheses. However, in Python 3, it is a function and must be invoked with parentheses. To print a string in Python 3, just right. I think iVlog's chat is Flash driven. I can use the pop-out chat in the gear. True. Script.py Python shell. Print. This line will be printed. Okay. Run. Do I do it here or here? Let me see. Print. Do I need to do it in... Oh, I need to do it in this line will be printed. Period. And then I go here and I just enter. No, well, how do I run it? Oh, at the top, Sarah, with a green button that says run. There it is. It printed over here. This line will be printed. We can type a bunch of other printed stuff. But going back down here, not that. Here we go. This is what I want. All right, indentation. Python uses indentation for blocks instead of curly braces. Yes! Indentation! Yes! Forget those curly braces. Oh, I will do that instead. Let me go that. Sure. I can say print. I like that it quote David Sponheim is the best man. Period. Oh. Man, period. End quotation marks. Get rid of that L. Oh, I don't need that. Go up here and then run that. This line will be printed. David Sponheim is the best man. Okay, well, we could do the Vote Sponheim 2020 a little bit later. But moving back to our thing. All right, indentation. Okay, both tabs and spaces are supported, but the standard indentation requires standard Python code to use 4 spaces. Okay, x equals 1. If x is greater than or equal to 1, then indented 4 spaces pound indented 4 spaces print x is 1. So I just run this and then I should copy it. And x is 1 and x is 2. 2. 0. 0. Okay, back. I want to refresh this. X equals 1. That doesn't say if x is greater than or equal to. It's like x is yes. Oh, it won't work because it's flash. Type while true above it and it will continue to print. Oh, good. Ghost is here. Am I confused? Not really. What is the 2 equal signs? Is it greater than or equal to? No, that's greater than or equal to. What's the 2 equal signs? That's the only question I have so far. I remember it a while ago, but I don't totally remember it. Oh, wait. If x equals 1, then it prints. X is 1. Oh, wait. So then if I put up here, x equals 2, and then I run it, it won't print x is 1 because x was not one. Got it. All right. Equal, double equals just means equals. All right. I thought there was something else about that, but that's okay. It just is equal. It's like definitely equal. Can I do that? I'm going to read it like that. Definitely equal. When David wins 2020, will you be considered the first lady through marriage or the first mistress? Maybe the first mistress. Finally, you can make any part of Dave's body with the 3D printer. Which would you copy? What do you think I would copy? That might be fun as long as it's warm. I love his arms. David's arms are very nice. Oh, they did the double equal sign to logically match greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. Got it. Okay. Use the print command to print the line, hello world. Goodbye world. Well, I already did the print thing. Next tutorial. Getting started learning Python. Oh, wait, I already did that. Python is completely object-oriented and not statically typed. You do not need to declare variables before using them. Nice. Or declare their type. Every variable in Python is an object. This tutorial will go over a few basic types of variables. Numbers. Python supports 2 types of numbers, integers and floating point numbers. It also supports complex numbers, which will not be explained in this tutorial. I know it could take a whole book just to explain complex tutorial. Oh, if I want to assign a value to a variable, then I just use equal. Whereas the double equal sign is like a actual numerical. Got it. Oh, got it. Okay, Misanthropy, I'll do something like that. To define an integer, you have to do my integer equals 7 and then print my integer. All right, let's do that. my int. Why is it wants to indent equals? Do I need to put it in the parentheses? No, I just need to put some spaces maybe. David. Prince my ints. I feel like I'm doing that wrong, but let's see. Traceback most recently called. Okay, I did. David is not defined. Maybe I didn't do camel case or something like that. Wrong, Sarah. Wrong. Print my int. Oh, I didn't need to do the parentheses. Got it. Okay, let's try that. Oh, David can't be an integer. Got it. My integer equals 7. Got it. Okay, thank you. Duh, Sarah. Integers are numbers, not people or words. He's not an integer, he's a string. All right, moving on. Thank you. Integers, Sarah. Think about it. You know math. To define a floating point number, you may use one of the following notations. My float equals float 7. Print my float. I'm going to try that one. My float equals float 7. Print my float. I want to try that one. What is my float equals 8.05? Okay. Oops. Why does that one keep popping up? Wait, I did that wrong. My float 7. That's what I want to try. Line, this one. Float. Oh, got it. I need the parentheses. Got it. Okay. David cooks while I practice coding. Cooking versus coding. I'd rather be coding than cooking. That's just me. Oh, no, I'm weird like that. This is very cool. I like this REPL it. REPL. This is very cool. An online Python compiler. Thank you so much. I need to bookmark this page. Done. And I need to bookmark the other page too. Done. oh, well, maybe not variables and types, but whatever. I could make a Sarah's folder. I already have a tech folder. That's where all my stuff goes in. All right. My float equals float, then the number in the parentheses. Strings. Strings are defined either with single quote or double quotes. The difference between the two is using double quotes makes it easy to include apostrophes, but if you were doing another string, it would terminate the string if using single quotes. There are additional variations on defining strings that make it easier to include things such as carriage returns, backslashes, and Unicode characters. But that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. They are covered in the Python documentation. Simple operators can be executed on numbers and strings.
Okay, I just want to interrupt here for a second.
I'll get it in the morning.
All right, so Sarah's going to step out of the room now. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for coding.
Thanks for coding with her.
We'll start my coding with Sarah at 8 o'clock.
Wow, that's awesome. You're really helping.
Well, they're helping me too.
They're helping you code. That's really good. Got a lot of coders in here who can't even code a guest room. Good. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, we just need a guest room with IP protection. That's all we need. We've had our guest rooms taken away over the past few years. It's pretty messed up. A lot of people want to chat here and can't, and we still can't find any kind of a guest room with IP protection for people. I mean, I'm not asking the world, but we can't use a standard IRC system because it is too difficult on the end user. They end up having their IP given up. Okay. Hey, Bowie. You're not into coding, huh? Good. A lot of people are wondering, about politics, and we have a nightly show featuring politics, but we also bring in some fun stuff in the evening. My video hour is all fair use. We just show you fun stuff and bring you up to speed on what's going on. I don't know if the White House is going to gain any traction trying to impeach Pelosi, and that's kind of an odd shot. They'd be better off finding dirt on Hunter Biden and Joe and connecting the dots. If they can do that in time, they can assemble a counter case against the Democrats who've been working with Ukraine as well. It turns out Pelosi's son is working for a gas company just like Hunter. How about that? Yeah, Pelosi could only be impeached by her own people, Congress. Speaker of the House can be impeached. Of course, there's always a provision to remove anybody in office who's not fulfilling the will of the people. That's the whole goal, is to get people who do the job. Turkey attacks U.S. allies after Trump stands down. You listen to the Democratic libtard news, and you got CNN freaking out, going, there's a mass escalation of an ethnic cleansing going on. One civilian died.
Syria just days after President Trump said he was pulling U.S. troops out of the region who might have deterred this attack by Turkey. The Kurds have long waged a separatist movement that Turkey has violently sought to put down, but they've also been crucial partners to America, standing shoulder to shoulder with U.S. Special Forces in the fight against ISIS.
Let's just clarify that the U.S. has been in violation of Syria's sovereign land area for the past few years. That's a side note, that we actually violated Syria's territory. Where's the precedent for that? No, Sarah's not the youngest in her family. It's sexist to impeach a woman. Right. That's why Pelosi can't be impeached. Anybody in Congress can be removed on various violations of conduct. They're called conduct violations. It's not quite an impeachment. We're going to leave Syria. USA is going to make this event happen. Never mind. Sounds like Gilda Radner. Never mind. You don't know who that is. You're from another era. I am from this era. You're a current era. I'm just not into Pokemon. That's not my thing. I'm urging Donald Trump not to pay the UN any money. We have to save every dollar we can right now. So he hasn't paid the UN $1 billion. Okay, you're fired. Everyone's fired at the UN. You know, I don't think the UN's that great. I like NATO more. I think we could work through NATO and Turkey to minimize the casualties. And I don't see Turkey in conducting heinous ethnic cleansing right now. Not in this day and age. They haven't done anything near that in years, decades, centuries. But yeah, Trump has decided not to pay the UN, so I'm with that, yeah.
Promised reforms. It has embraced an economic model dependent on massive market barriers, heavy state subsidies, currency manipulation, product dumping, forced technology transfers, and the theft of intellectual property, and also trade secrets on a grand scale. Not only is Iran the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, but Iran's leaders are fueling the tragic wars in both Syria and Yemen. At the same time, the regime is squandering the nation's wealth and future in a fanatical quest for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them.
He's not reading off a teleprompter. He's got to be getting one of these earpieces. Well, when he reads off a teleprompter, I don't see his eyes even reading. I'm thinking he's getting an earpiece. They deliver 5-word earpiece words. It's very simpler. Simpler. It's very simpler. Trump, who has openly questioned the value of the UN, has made skepticism of multinational organizations. Has made skepticism of multinational organizations a central component of his foreign policy. A central component of his foreign policy. Trump has demanded European countries contribute more to NATO. Trump has demanded European countries to, what? Has to be very, very short 3-word segments for him to do it. Yeah, it's an earpiece. It's the size of the tip of a pin, and it's capable of being lodged in the ear. It's very similar to a cochlear implant. An ear implant designed by Cochlear. It may appear clear to the audience, but Trump can't see it. He's not looking at anything. Case in point, one certain president named Donald Trump. You'll notice that he can barely see the screen. What you're about to see is the exaggerant, almost cartoonish experience of watching Donald Trump squint to see what's in front of him. Take a look.
For 40 years, the world has listened to Iran's rulers as they lash out at everyone else.
It's like he's on Valium, you know? Oh, the Xanax is kicking in and I can barely read it. If he is reading a teleprompter, he's doing it with very thin eyes. Very like similar to Asian eyes, you know? He likes pictures, not words. They're harder. He only has a 4th grade reading education level.
For the problems they alone have created. They conduct ritual chants of death to America and traffic in monstrous anti-Semitism. I have told Kim Jong-un what I truly believe. that, like Iran, his country is full of tremendous untapped potential, but that to realize that promise, North Korea must denuclearize. Here in the United States,
Must denuclearize?
promise, North Korea must denuclearize.
Denuclearize. You know, it's just hard to understand him sometimes when he speaks on Valium. You know, they used to say, white men speak with forked tongue. It's a Native American expression. I would say now, white men speak with teleprompter and squinty eyes. I just don't. I think he's smart in his own special way.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. I'm like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So you decide whether he's your smartest, brilliant guy. Hey, the Vaughn chat is doing great. We've got lots of viewers. Guest chats are coming in. I don't know what's going on with you, Bowie, but you may be experiencing the end product of censorship. A lot of people have different readouts on the number of counter marks that they see. Some people see thousands of viewers. Some people see 68. We all see different numbers because Mark tweaks with all the stats, and he's purposely pushing us back. Mark gets millions of dollars to censor me. I'm not making that up. I wish I could control it, but the outcome, but I can't. Many of you don't understand that. So we are broadcasting on other networks like iVlog. But having that ability gives us a little bit of reach, but we're still looking for more. So I have Periscope. But we're finding we've been somehow shadow banned on Twitter as well. Periscope has a backup feed for anybody who's not getting a good signal in their show. But for some reason I get 95 viewers, but I don't see them in my show at Periscope. I only see 1 or 2 an evening. And every night I see like 95 viewers on my YouTube stats. So something's not right there too.
Here in the United States and around the world, there is a growing cottage industry of radical activists and non-governmental organizations that promote human smuggling. Today I have a message for those open border activists who cloak themselves in the rhetoric of social justice. Your policies are not just. Your policies are cruel and evil. You are empowering criminal organizations.
I'm glad he didn't have to go very far to do his speech, because I don't think he could have made it out the door in his somehow tranquilized state of mind. He's clearly on some sort of a mood depressant. Doesn't it seem like he's kind of like drugged up a little bit?
Organizations that prey on innocent men, women, and children. You put your own false sense of virtue before the lives, well-being, and countless innocent people. When you undermine border security, you are undermining human rights and human dignity.
Not a bad speech, but this is better.
Let's say China. 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 You go over to China. 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 You take China.
China.
China. I love them. China. 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 I have to have my China.
I just think his emphasis on the word China is really well established. Good job. Hey, you want to find out more about crystal meth and multiple personality disorder? We've got the film for you. I know many of you are wondering what's going on with your family members. It's probably crystal meth.
Actually, yeah. I had a home invasion. Okay. There were...
I think he's suffering from the initial stages of schizophrenia or multiple personality disorder. We'll play that tonight. Thank you for that little tidbit. And the North Bay residents are really upset, meaning they may have to defecate in a plastic bag like the homeless people out in front of their house because their sewers aren't working because of problems with the electricity now. Oh my God.
Get the weather you want and get it now on the ABC7 News app.
News reporter Laura Anthony is live in Napa with a look at the conditions there. Laura?
Well, hi, Kumasi. I think it was Reggie who said we're into the backup to the backup to the backup. Well, that's what's happening here at this intersection, Highway 29 and 221. The backup to the backup to the backup is the Highway Patrol. These guys are out here doing traffic control because the backup system, the battery-powered backup system for these signal lights here at this major intersection is not working.
Thanks a lot. With the taxes they pay, their houses are property taxes. They don't even have a backup for the backup for the backup. And we're backed up with a lot of backup here. And everybody's pissed. It's not fun in Northern California at all right now. I know, I can barely find a latte. It's just terrible. The Starbucks was unable to get the barista to work. We were actually drinking drip. I couldn't believe it. The backup of the backup is not backed up. And people are pissed off because the wind is not blowing that hard. And PG&E, what do they care if they knock 800,000 people out of electricity for 4 days? If you're hearing this message on a remote Wi-Fi system, hang in there, guys. I know what it feels like to live in a hellhole. Okay. Yeah. Something's going on. This doesn't seem right, I tell you.
We are aware that many United Nations projects have attempted to assert a global right to taxpayer-funded abortion on demand, right up until the moment of delivery. Global bureaucrats have absolutely no business attacking the sovereignty of nations that wish to protect innocent life.
Well, his rhetoric, his speechwriters are top-notch, I got to tell you. At least they got Donald Trump reading off a teleprompter. In these kinds of modalities, he's actually quite effective. One thing I got to tell you, Donald Trump sells America pretty damn well. And as much as I come off hating on all the facts, the simple facts that he's obstructed justice and fraternized with the enemy, and worked on side deals with Russia and now Ukraine allegedly. He does pull off a solid image for our president's leader. Don't you think as a leader he comes off as a figurehead? Press 1 if you think he's a good figurehead. Let's see how many Trump supporters we have. It's okay to support Trump right now. That's okay. You don't think so? Boy, he's really his support is waning. Even the Trump supporters are not pressing 1. -0.1. Okay, so we've got a lot of Democrats in this room. I totally had misread this room. He's doing okay? Okay, so you'd be pressing, that would be a 1 for Ivan. He's a good figurehead. President also takes a pretty standard range of medications for his age, including Ambien to help him sleep when he travels, according to Navy Rear Admiral Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who couldn't even get his weight right. Well, Juan, I'm glad that you're you're an independent. Got it. Okay. That's fine, man. We welcome independence here, but press 1 if you think that his mouth looks like a butthole. Nobody else? Okay. Well, okay, we're done then. Bowie, he agrees with me. Thank you. I'm just kidding. He just has a funny mouth. You know, it's like this little squishy mouth. I can't even do it. His entire face looks like a nasty ass skin. Askin. Hillary's camp did allow emails copies. Anthony Weiner had 340,000 of them, but the New York PD won't release them for some reason. Alert, QAnon alert. Warning, warning, QAnon alert. Anthony Weiner's emails have not been prosecuted. Beep, 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 beep. You QAnoners are really having a hard time justifying Donald Trump's support. I mean, come on, he hasn't done anything to stop this Hillary machine. Remember when he said he's going to put her in jail? He's going to be running against her. I told you this. I warned you. What are we going to do, man? All right, we're done there. Donald Trump at the UN. It sounds like a sitcom. CBS News. More bailouts and problems, fallout from the recent pullout of troops from Syria. CBS News.
Under construction. I've spoken with a lot of people, and for that reason, they understand the need for this power cut, but they do worry how they're going to get by for the next few days in the dark. At this hour, we could tell you more than 2...
Oh, this is the California thing. Yeah, we did this before. Here's an interesting little side note that Attorney General William Barr came up with, and I actually think this is really brilliant. He said Hillary signed deal giving Russia 20% of U.S. uranium. Obama gives Iran nuclear deal and sends them cash. Iran then has the money to buy uranium and the deal to place it to enrich it. And who is Iran buying their uranium from today? That's right, Russia. Nothing to see here. I really like that. You know, it's a very telling little aspect of what Obama did with the uranium and Russia. So let's not kid ourselves. Obama and Trump have been involved with Russia. Big time. And so is Clinton. Now, China has refused to investigate anything regarding Biden.
China.
So they're not going to do anything. They're not going to invest, and that's okay. They want to stay out of this entire fiasco with Zelensky and all these other people. I don't blame them, but I am concerned about other people who are having a bad day.
How dare you! Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you!
I'm having a hard time with this young lady being so sad. So please don't try to demoralize people and talk about autism here, okay? And please don't bring up this alleged issue of Asperger's. Apparently, Asperger's is no longer a type of autism. It's a type of hamburger. Oh, excuse me. Do you mind not smoking pot? Oh, better yet, I'm glad you are smoking pot because you wouldn't be allowed to vape those fruity vaporizers anymore, okay? Thank you. But yeah, these kids are really suffering, and there's no need to stigmatize them by calling them Asperger, okay? She's 16, but she looks 48. She is weird, Juan. Yeah, but I thought I'd bring this up. Now, I've been eating, Change the subject, Dave. Thank you. Dave, you are a Trump flunky if you were repeating the Republican propaganda. No, I'm just trying to find a centrist way out, man. That's what makes me unique in politics. When I found Trump stealing 15 of my ideas and now I'm defending his pullout of Syria, I'm in a very unique position. These are my ideas he's implementing. I mean, how can I lose? I'm effective insofar as somebody's stealing my ideas. It's great. I feel good about it. So it's kind of hard for me to separate from some of the rhetoric that Trump's team supports. That's why I'm a centrist. I think they should make natural vape flavors, don't you? Like totally holistic smells, like, you know, from like naturally derived, you know, like smells and things, you know. For sure. Like, why are they like putting like artificial, like, you know, like whatever, like fruit smells in the vaporizers, you know, when they could just totally make them natural? Like, what if, you know? It's like all the Democrats want to just make everybody a bunch of cigarette smokers or something, you know? For sure. Yeah, so I believe that if I started a new show and did it just like that guy who pretends to be, you know, completely brain dead. I don't know if he is, but he's certainly doing a good job. If I do something like this, I won't be censored.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
So, like, if I, like, totally was that way every day on the show, and I, like, did a whole different way of talking to people, like, you know, like, I'm not going to vote Democrat or, like, Republican, dude, you know? I think I should, like, just, like, dumb myself down about 150 IQs, you know? Whatever those are, for sure. You know? I think that's one way to do it. We are having no video right now. Our video system went down. This has been a Beavis and Uncle production. We're back. Okay, we had an iVlog. We had suppression of information at iVlog just now. You'll have to understand, Big Dave is now in control of the show. I control the horizontal and the vertical. My primary focus is to give you guys solid entertainment 100% of the time, all night long. And tonight we have a lineup of videos at the top of the hour that we'll be bringing you, that give you very cutting-edge information about what's happening today. I'm here, you're there. Big Dave. Yeah, iVlog was just censored when I did that little routine about how YouTube completely knocks anybody off who even resembles one iota of a monetized video. Yeah. The problem, yeah, I'll call it Dave the Rave. That'd be cool. So what I'll do is I'll do an impersonation of myself, but remove 100 IQ points. I think I can pull this off. So I'm thinking of starting a new YouTube channel and just completely dumb myself down to the point where I'm actually appear to be mentally retarded. Then I think people will really get behind this effort, don't you think? Trump hasn't done anything. He's only following my directives to get out of Syria. It's my idea to pull our troops out of Syria from the very beginning. He hasn't done anything. Wait till he tries to implement my wall idea and fails. He says he's got 100 miles going on 500. I doubt he has 10 miles of fencing put up. He says he's going to have 500 miles. I can create a 1,000-mile container fence for $1 billion. That's right, a 1,000-mile container fence for only $1 billion. Each of these containers cost around $2,500 max. We can put them all together too high, and if you want to pay for a third level, I'm open. We could put some kiosks down here, maybe a carniceria, little place for chicken tacos, maybe some bunk beds, a lot of bathrooms and showers, and make it nice for people that are coming into the border, for them to stay. I don't want people to be suffering in concentration camp environments like Trump has right now down in Nevada and Arizona. I want these to be very comfortable, air-conditioned even, using modern-day low-energy usage cooling systems. Yeah. I don't monetize. They do care. If I put something out that they can monetize, like that guy, if I had more than 8 seconds of him or 22 seconds of him, it'd be like Nickelback in that song that Trump put out with Joe Biden's face and some executives from members of the Burisma gas pipeline in Ukraine. That was a funny video, but he didn't violate Nickelback's copyright. You can have up to 15 seconds of a song, a famous song on there without any problem. That was only 12 seconds. And YouTube completely shut down that video. Everybody else is shutting it down too. It's ridiculous. Trump should sue YouTube for a lack of exposure on this subject because they're purposely using their liberal bias to keep Trump's position from being known. Hunter Biden was very involved with the executives and that knew Joe Biden. It's just pretty obvious Trump has got a good, solid line on Joe, and he can keep drilling away. And the more he does that, the less likely the Democrats' line on Trump will make sense because Joe did it, so can Trump, right? That's the way he saw it, if indeed he did it. He says he didn't do quid pro quo, and neither did Joe. Joe says he didn't do quid pro quo either. Time to spray my face. All right. The only instance to quid pro quo that I remember is George H.W. No quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. All right, well, that's been buried in time and no longer exists as a quotable feature. Ivanka is involved, trademarks with China. You're right. No, I agree with the Democrats on this one, yeah. But there's nothing preventing Donald Trump from getting Ivanka all the jobs and all the trademarks she wants. There's not one law. And there's no law that said Joe couldn't get his son Hunter a nice job after he lost his job at the Navy for having a little cocaine. Yeah. There's no law that prevents nepotism like that at the government level. It's even going on right now as we speak. They use insider trading in Senate and Congress hearings. They actually share information. They're allowed to do that. Ironically, there's not a lot monitoring going on in the government. So they're getting away with excesses beyond your wildest imagination. So this is just a little reveal to the American people that corruption is going on. So there's not much you can do about that. We have no laws in place to prevent this. I'd like to see laws in place, but we have no laws to prevent nepotism. Just like we have no laws to prevent censorship directly. There used to be the Fairness Doctrine, and it's no longer in force right now. So Mark thinks he could get away with violating my civil rights and my First Amendment and other protections under the law simply by censoring me. Boeing 787 under pressure as the Russian Aeroflot cancels orders. Well, the 787 Super 8 Max is Super Max 8 is a plane that has some serious dimensionality issues. I mean, you can see how top heavy the thing is. But I mean, they're talking about software issues. I'm looking at the full design of the plane. It looks way too front heavy. Oh, no wonder 2 planes went down. But they're claiming it as a software glitch. Whatever. Dave, would you work on the International Space Station as your job? If I was given the underwater duty, I would consider that, yeah. They never go into space. ISS film is all shot underwater. NASA has a very elaborate filming laboratory that they've created. Most of the astronauts today are actually underwater experts, divers. You probably didn't know that, did you? BizJournal. That's why you see drops of water in a lot of the ISS films. How could there be water up there in the space station? Eventually, invariably, they've got a leak. And the drip, the slow, methodic drip of reality settles in. Boeing sells a private 737 MAX to break order drought. Oh, okay. Well, good for them. I'm glad they made a few sales. 737 MAX is, it's just not really rolling out the line, and they still have issues with its software. And that's why American Airlines just shelved 24 of their planes. They said they were going to release them and put them back into flight, but who can really take a chance on that? I was just looking at the dynamics of the plane, and I was looking at the Supermax today, actually, and I didn't think it looked like it was properly designed. I'm not an expert, of course, on planes that are flying. I'm not an expert on anything regarding aerodynamics, other than the fact that I can see when something is top heavy, and I have a sense of where the center of gravity is on this plane. And I look at this and I'm going, okay, analyzing the substructure, exoskeleton of this plane. And you're looking at a division of weight. At the very least, your front end is the heaviest and your jets are the heaviest. So if we bifurcate this entire drawing and put it right there, the jets are closest to the center of gravity, therefore it has less bearing on the weight differential. This is the key component of the weight differential, and this is the key component of the weight differential, and the wings are a key component of the weight differential. It's an even position, and the wings should be slightly back, like on the McDonnell Douglas planes, or should they be forward? That's the question. I don't know. Experts can decide, but they've got a problem with the plane. I can't verify whether it's top heavy or not. I mean, you'd have to find the center of gravity and see where it's leaning. You know, have to literally lift the thing and put it on a pivot. But if it's really the MCAS system at fault, and that is the problem, we can't even get to the specifics about that plane. It's a national secret. The MCAS system is completely under the purview of the FCC, and they won't talk about it, and they don't want it brought to trial either. It's top secret what goes on in the navigation systems in these planes. I've heard from other people that work there that the navigation systems are vulnerable. And that's a significant problem. You know, if you're traveling across country, you're wasting, I mean, you guys don't have a problem, nothing to worry about, but if you're a high profile figure and you're flying, I don't trust it. I wouldn't feel comfortable flying on that vehicle, or any vehicle for that matter. But MCAS is integrated into the navigation system, which is the software glitch that they're having a problem with right now. All right, so we're going to go to this channel here. How can we save energy? How can we cut back on waste? How can we filter the air? How can we do a lot of things? Well, if we rely on venture capital to do all these things, we'll never get it done. No businessman's going to look at all the fuselage and planes that are out there. There's about 7,000 empty hulls of planes out there. No businessman's going to say, yeah, I'm going to throw $1 million and build a blimp plane. Not going to happen. But if we had a plan to do that at a high level of our government, we could actually test one out and see if it could work. And if it could work, we've got a way of traveling from point A to point B without having to expend all this energy to get the plane up in the air. 85% of the plane's energy and cost to run is just getting it up in the air. If it had a dirigible attached to it, it could just get up in the air and then could push along at about 300 miles an hour. I do think he'll be impeached in the House. Yes, I do. Even he admitted that he could be impeached in the House. But this design takes abandoned aircraft and grabs the center of gravity, which is slightly behind the plane's wings. That's why I was saying the center of gravity is a little front forward on the Supermax. That's what I was saying. And it grabs the center of gravity and uses it to its maximum potential to balance it as it goes up and maintains that structural integrity all the way up through the flight. Yeah, I think he'll be impeached in the House, but not in the Senate. Unless Trump really pisses the Senate off with this recent withdrawal from Syria. But I think this idea is actually going to win over a lot of votes. Democrats might be rethinking their vote if they think Trump is actually getting us out of war. It actually is a good thing. I really do believe that Trump is pursuing the right track in getting out of Syria. I've always felt that. Anyway, new renewable energy solutions are part of the plan. This is an idea I came up with. A vertical windmill is the design of Savonius, but it's a Creative Commons license, open source. And I put the two ideas together and said we've got lots of electric poles that could have windmills on top that could harvest energy very easily. So expect brand new innovations at the government level, not venture capitalists like Barack Obama funded Solyndra and Fisker Motors. Big mistake. Wasted a lot of money on those two ventures. We need to innovate directly as a government. Yeah, Trump is taking my advice in Syria, and I'm very happy about that. That's why I'm actually soft on Trump tonight. I really like what he's doing. I think he's handling himself pretty well too. As long as he doesn't overly get concerned, he handles it the way he handles almost everything with a grain of salt. He's doing fine. He's not overreacting to anything. Yeah, how about pulling the individual passengers to their destinations? That might be a little scary. Yeah, the Boeing stock requires perpetual war and military might. So you're right. Your Boeing stock may suffer with the Supermax situation. Yeah, whenever they put the center of gravity ahead of the wings, it kind of makes me wonder, are they even capable of designing a plane? Or have they dumbed themselves down through bureaucracy at Boeing? Boeing runs like a very poorly run ship. It's got financial leaks throughout the hull. They're constantly bailing out departments. It seems like they run from one problem to another with their planes. They fast-tracked the Supermax and they got it into production way too soon. And yeah, we really can't expect a lot from Boeing unless they restructure under a different plan. And our Secretary of Defense is the former CEO of Boeing. So that tells you the fallibility of our government right now. He can't even pass the muster to become an authentic Secretary of Defense. They say he won't be able to be our Secretary of Defense, Shanahan. He's not going to be able to pass the muster. You might as well just go and smoke some doobies with Cheech. Hang out behind the White House and smoke a doobie. Doobie doobie doo, doo doo doobie 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 doo. Or blunts. You call them blunts now, right? Turkey is not the enemy. No, they're not. They're part of the NATO allied group. Turkey hasn't killed more than one person, a civilian. The Democrats are painting this out as ethnic cleansing. It's a transition of power is what it is. There's always a vacuum when the U.S. leaves a specific area. It's to be predicted. We couldn't have prevented it unless there was an automated system in place and Trump didn't use the safe zone idea. He talked about the safe zone idea, but he never used it. He never implemented it. He stole that idea too, but he never implemented it. That's the only way he could have left Syria properly maintained, but he didn't follow up on that. I would have done the same thing. I would have left U.S. troops, would have pulled out, but we would have left a system that was fully automated in place. He didn't do anything. We could have had a tremendous battery of anti-ballistic weapons that would have taken out Turkey's air command very easily. The Kurds could have been easily defendable. So Trump did nothing to prepare for that, but that's really not his fault. He didn't wait long enough to understand my ideas. He just took them on face value. That's just a simple mistake of a person that steals ideas. They could never get it right. I don't know if Trump is going to make it to the 2020 election, but I think he's definitely going to beat the impeachment. He'd have to really screw up right now to get the Senate to turn on him. 20 senators would have to move in the direction of the Democrats. And it's highly unlikely they're going to do that and turn on Pence too. Because Pence has got, he's got that kind of harnessed New World Order puppet thing going. Pence looks like a guy who's extremely pensive. Super stoic, isolated emotionally. Suffers from extreme passive aggressiveness. He seems to be a guy who's got a lot of secrets, and because he hasn't released his AOL emails from when he was governor of Indiana, Pence is most likely a man who's hiding behind something. So they have a lot of dirt on him. That's why he was chosen as vice president, because they can control him with whatever dirt they have on him. So that's the one outcome of an impeachment process against Trump. And if they find Pence did something wrong too, then we're stuck with Pelosi as our president. And I don't know how many people really want Pelosi as president. There's probably a few Democrats that are more than willing to have her as president, but not many people feel confident in her ability to run the country. Yeah, Trump is standing tall. He's making a lot of you proud of him. You know, I understand your love for him, your blind love affair with Trump, but again, you're not looking at all the facts and all the different connections between him and the Russian oligarchs. You're missing the fact that he misused his power to keep people from investigating him. That's obvious. So you keep supporting him, knowing that maybe there could be connections to these people, but you keep thinking, no, he's telling the truth. He said it's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. So you believe that. Here, take a pacifier and stick it in your mouth, and I'll tell you later it'll be a butt plug when you get done with it. Yeah. You'll be walking around with a butt plug in your mouth and people saying, gee, I thought you just had a thing about pacifiers. What do you have a butt plug in your mouth for? You'll be the talk of the town. Everyone will be, yeah, there's that guy with a butt plug in his mouth. Oh, yeah, he supports Trump. Mark Cuban does a lot of business in China. The guy behind the think tank. He clams up on the NBA's flap with China, though. Mum's the word. There he is. Mark Cuban, the wildly successful entrepreneur, charming host of CNBC's Shark Tank, and owner of the Dallas Mavericks, is no shrinking violet. He's got an opinion, well, on everything. In college, he's against it. NBA officiating, it stinks. President Donald Trump, he's awful. Yet when it comes to a matter rather close to Mr. Cuban's own interests, the brouhaha involving another Texas NBA team, the Houston Rockets, the People's Republic of China, and the mistreatment of Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, he has uncharacteristically clammed up. His usual prolific Twitter feed has gone silent, and he's made no public statements on the matter. That reticence continued Tuesday evening. Reached via his personal email account, Mr. Cuban would only tell the Washington Times, I'll refer you to Adam Silver's comments. You know, I really don't think NBA basketball is a topic of politics right now, but I'm still a Lakers fan, despite all their odds. I think Kobe Bryant should come out of retirement, though. No, I don't eat lamb because it lives such a short life and is tortured. I try not to eat the meat of animals that are tortured. It extracts negativity. Okay, veterinarians. Strangely enough, veterinarians, not veterans, but veterinarians are suffering suicides now. At high rates, beset by stress, death, and debt. Wow. Even after 16 years as a veterinarian, 13 of them as a veterinarian oncologist, there are many cases that still haunt Jennifer Kim, the woman with end-stage ovarian cancer, and her dog, her support throughout her illness, stricken with cancer too. She euthanizes dogs. They get depressed. Yeah, suicide rates among veterinarians are up 33% since 1999. So if you know your veterinarian, just tell him how great he is or she is and brag him up and say thank you so much for your work and make him feel good. Give him a kind of a feel-good hug feeling thing, you know? Because veterinarians really are helping so many animals and they just don't get enough appreciation. The other major suicide area is dentistry. Even though they got all this money, they hate doing their job. And they can't say they hate their job because they got to go for the money, you know? I mean, who would want to breathe people's bad breath all the time and work on their teeth? Think about it. No, I'm up and running. Is the video off? We're being censored hard over at iVlog. I've been on all night long. Well, let's be clear. Thanks for letting me make the world a nicer place for you. They're going to let her... She's euthanizing the dog, but she wants to commit suicide. Pushing Toes just making up stories. Thanks for kicking him. Yeah, he's just making up stories. He pretends like we're being censored. The only thing I really want to keep out of the show is this.
People are suffering. People are dying. How dare you?
We try to keep that to a minimum. I know you did, but I don't want to depress the already depressed veterinarians in the show right now. All I can say is Kobe Bryant needs to return to the game. Yeah. He can still play with his broken Achilles tendons. They can put a robotic ankle on him. How dare you? How dare you? You didn't answer why it is not political? Because the NBA is not leaching over into politics in my eyes. The WWE is. Now, if you're talking about the WWE, you're talking about politics, buddy. Yeah. Now you're talking wrestling. And that's right up Trump's alley. Alleyway. Mr. Trump the man. That's right, man. He's big. He's nationwide. Hey, it's time for Kemheim Trail Spawn. Da 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 da. Hey everybody, welcome to Kemheim's Trail Spawn. We're here to talk about all the chemicals that are being dumped on your head on a daily basis. Any questions? You're breathing this crap. Well, let's be clear. These are weird things in photography terms, very strange. We don't know what it is. It's coming from the skies. You tell me. The sky's the limit. But yeah, we don't need this stuff spraying on our head. And they're just dumping chemicals on our head all the time, and that's the real issue. What do you got? Donald J. Trump's posting a story here. Let's take a look. Cops for Trump?
Well, as President Trump gears up for a rally in Minneapolis this Thursday, the police department there announced a new policy banning officers, actually the mayor's office announced it, they ban officers from wearing their uniforms at political events. Some officers now are pushing back, selling these Cops for Trump t-shirts.
This is not a Trump advertisement in this show, dude. Yeah, we don't support Trump here. You think I should dress as Greta Thunberg for Halloween? How dare you?
Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction. And how dare you?
I look a lot like
All
her.
you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth.
Nobody speaks like that. You know, no kid 16 speaks like fairy tales of eternal economic growth. That was written by George Soros. Oh, he's starting his own secret police department. Oh, I get it. Yeah, whatever. You know, they talked about Obama doing that too. The last person to try that was Hitler. I am not able to see IMs. I'm sorry too much. Unfortunately, I'm not able to get CoinHive to work on my computer. I don't use the traditional IM system that Mark has. How dare you? How dare you even try to use an IM? How dare you? It's wrong. You're wrong. How dare you for even being in my chat room right now? How dare you? You're evil. Oh, sorry. Nice to see Trump diverting flights to Scotland and an airport close to his golf course. Yes. Putting people in his hotel at taxpayers' expense gets more money to Donald Trump. Donald Trump made a big deal about Hunter Biden's $3.4 million bonanza of income. Donald Trump has to meet a $30 million nut every single month to meet his debt to Deutsche Bank, which is underwritten by Russian oligarchs. Donald Trump has digests $3 million in one day. So don't think for a second that Hunter Biden should feel bad about getting $3.4 million. If it was illegally obtained, that's a problem. But he shouldn't feel bad about it yet. You kicked someone in iBlog. They want to know why. Because Pull and Push was pushing a line of crap. We were having no problems with the signal, and Push and Pull says your signal's down. That's a typical troll move. Well, let's be clear. How dare you? How dare you? You don't deserve to be in this show. You have violated and taken my future away from me. Tesla owners in California get a warning to charge their cars before the power goes out. Boy, if this isn't the big slap in the face of people who think they're so cool driving down the road in their Tesla. You don't got no more energy, man. You don't get to charge your car, okay? Say hello to my little charging machine. Pacific General and Electric is cutting power across large swaths of Northern California. And Tesla owners don't have the luxury of having a quick fix. How dare you? You need to have a new car. You know, I can't imagine buying a car that doesn't have a gas tank. You know, I have a few hybrids. Sarah has one. I have one. I just can't imagine going anywhere without a gas tank and an electric engine. You know, I have both. Right. Now you're saying that God is a transsexual black woman? Oh, come on. You're just making that up because you met her down in Los Angeles. Yeah, there's a woman who has a cult down in Los Angeles who claims that she's God. You didn't hear? Yeah, she lives in Skid Row in her own feces. Okay, has anyone... it was down, no. We thought you were kidding. Push and pull, that's why you were kicked, because it wasn't down. It was up. The Lord had blessed us with a broadcast at iVlog, and we thought you were pulling our leg. Bless you, though, brother. Okay, we got something going on. A brother and sister found hanging in a basement of a Berks County home, court records say. Dun-da-da-da. Dun-da-da-da. Albany Township, Pennsylvania. State police have released details of the death of an 8-year-old boy and his 4-year-old sister in Pennsylvania. Wow.
2 siblings in Berks County. According to court records, the brother and sister were found hanging from a dog leash in the basement of the Albany Township home on September 23rd. 4-year-old Brinley Snyder and 8-year-old Connor died 3 days later. Authorities say they need to do more forensic testing before releasing the full autopsy report. No charges have been filed.
That's suspicious. And you know, they had the swimming pool in the back and a swing set, and the kids were hanging from a dog leash. Something's not right about that picture, you know? It doesn't make sense. What parent would have a swimming pool and a swing set for their kids that they hang with a dog leash? It's kind of weird. Nope. You'd think a parent that would have something like all that for kids wouldn't treat their kids like that. I don't know whether it's one dog leash or two. I mean, is it real? They're dead. They died. Survey says the average American hasn't made a new friend in 5 years. That would explain why everyone's hooked up to their iPhones. Yeah, who wants to make new friends when you can just have another game application to look at? That's amazing. What a powerful study. Yeah, I believe it. I haven't made a new friend in 5 years, except for all of you. I'm in online. A survey of 2,000 Americans dug into the reasons why Americans struggle with new friendships. About 2 in 5, 42%, said they have trouble making friends because of introversion or shyness. And for these individuals, it's simply a struggle to come out of their shell and comfortably break into new social situations and circles. A third of the adults blame their lack of new friendships on their aversion to the bar scene, where potential new friends often go to socialize. Similarly, a third of respondents also feel everyone's else circle of friends have already been formed, making it harder to join the gang. Other antisocial reasons include commitments to family, not having hobbies conducive to making friends, 28%, and moving to a new city, 21%. But ironically, not one of these has on the list using social media platforms incessantly and looking at your iPhone without even lifting your head wherever you are. I went to a Wendy's recently and everybody was standing there with their iPhone like this, waiting for their name to be called. Moo! I felt like a cow in a lineup. Moo! Yeah, pretty soon robots will be delivering food to your local fast food restaurant. And we'll all look like cattle. Yeah. So the impeachment is going forward. It's on track for the next phase of the hearings. Yeah, as much as I'm beginning to like some of the things Trump's doing, being he's stealing my ideas and using them, I still find it's wrong for us to have a president that takes orders from Vladimir Putin. And this is why I believe that we need to move quickly toward the impeachment process. I am looking forward to seeing what Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Nadler has to say about Russian influence over Donald Trump. Meanwhile, I understand Hillary is getting ready to run for president as well. It would be very interesting to see her clone compete publicly. But meanwhile, back at the OK Corral, Mr. Trump gets calls on his cell phone from Vladimir Putin on a regular basis, telling him what to say and do. So Mr. Trump gets a call recently saying, Mr. Putin says, Mr. Trump, you must get out of Syria now. Use reason for getting out as minimizing war or something. So Mr. Trump leaves Syria just because Mr. Putin likes it. So yeah, it seems like Donald Trump is doing everything Putin wants of him. I want to get out of Syria because of the anti-war implications, but I think Trump is getting out of Syria because Putin told him to get out of Syria. You had to correct people, no, we are not friends, we don't even know each other. Wow, that's pretty heavy, man. You know, the thing about friendship is it's time consuming. You know, when you really have a close friend, you got to spend a lot of time with that friend. That's no problem if you enjoy that friend, really, male or female. But there's always the demands of friendship. And I think a lot of people are hesitant to get involved because we're living in a world where no one wants to, bother, really. We're just too involved with ourselves. I had a lot of friends in college. And I was always called by my friends for a favor. And it was always like, go do something for somebody else. It's always, can we get something from you? And it became obvious to me that I was being used. So naturally, if you feel you're burnt from a few friendships, you begin not having as many friends. And that's happened a few times. So I just, why put out, you know? It's good to have one or two friends in this world, though. You really, you benefit from it in the long run. First photo, suspected hail a Nazi killer who live streamed shooting spree on Twitch. Wow. Yeah, is this the German attack that happened? Stephen Ballier, according to the GoPro camera. Well, we haven't even digested this as a false flag or a real shooting yet, but when you see photographs like that, you begin to wonder. It's a story. Are you guys watching the Brady Bunch remake on HGTV? They're doing a duplicate of the Brady Bunch house. Yeah, that's what America really cares about. That's the real issues that are really people are focusing on right now. Like, how do we do a Brady Bunch life, you know? I'm kidding, it's a joke. It's a story of a brain-dead zombie who is busy competing with the Joneses to have a house just like the Brady Bunch. Okay, we have more information. We're a waste department of information tonight in Wasteful Wednesday. USS Nimitz UFOs were always there, and secret spyware upgrade exposed them. Whoa, gee, the Daily Star, I believe that, yeah. U.S. Navy Senior Chief Operations Specialist who specialized in radar systems claims UFOs may have always been present, but had only become visible after a top secret upgrade on spyware. Ooh, more on the alien agenda coming up. Yeah, they rehash the story. The CIA pulls this out every time they want to take our mind off of something. Oh, the aliens are coming. Uh-oh. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? 153 has the answer. Who's your daddy?
Hey, this always bothered me because what these entities do, and not Hillary in this one.
You know, as much as I want to see Joe right now in real time, last time I had a Joe shot, he did have an unnatural picture on the screen, so I'm going to put this off for a little bit later. But yeah, everybody knows that Hillary probably had relations with Webb Hubble to create Chelsea. Yeah, if that's what he's talking about, that's very interesting. Okay, we'll look at that later. How dare you? 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 How dare you come into my show and behave like this? How dare you?
Ton of economic growth. How dare you? How dare.
Okay, I'm having too much fun. All right, thank you. Space shuttle, and in 20 years we'll know what aircraft is. Much like the SR-71 and the Oxcart testing. You know, I knew a man who owned an SR-71 Blackbird. He invited me on board his plane, and I said, no, I don't fly with weirdos. I've had a lot of opportunities to fly in some top brass planes, I'll tell you that. I had an invite to fly on one of the F-16s they had here on the island. And I said, nope, not gonna do it. I don't trust these buckets of metal and rust and God. You know, in my area, they have to have flame retardant on staff all the time, ready to go. We're talking carcinogenic to the water system, and they still use it. Because these planes, they start fires after overheating. When they land, they sometimes got little fires on board them, and it's like, shh. To me, that's not safe. You're going to bed? Okay, add the one. Thank you. And thanks for being a great op and participating. Yeah, we're a marathon opportunity here, so you don't have to dedicate too much time. You guys are doing it for free, so I appreciate it. I am too, but the SR-71 flew too fast to carry automatic guns. But you know, the gunnery system is still problematic. They haven't completed it on the F-35, so and that's been what, 12 years in the making. Metal detecting, my first Australian gold nugget. Really? We got the guy who's going down underwater.
Well, the Chig made it. I'm down under, and I already have gold in my pocket.
Wow.
I'm in Australia, and this is...
Well, he travels. Look at this guy. Aqua Chigger is in Australia. Well, that's cool. He's got over 1 million subscribers, so he's getting good money on YouTube. He probably makes about 100 grand a year, maybe even more. Seriously, he has enough money to travel to Australia just doing what he does. You think just picking stuff up in the ground is like he's not making it? His YouTube videos make him bank because he doesn't talk about any politics. You see, when you talk about politics, you get kicked off YouTube. They only want people to be brain dead or just having fun like this guy does.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like...
I played that already. I don't want to repeat it.
Well, I'm going to get to the Oval Office whether I'm Ronald Reagan or not. The Republicans want Ronald Reagan, and gosh darn it, I'm going to give them Ronald Reagan. Just because he's long gone and had Alzheimer's doesn't mean that Ronald Reagan, in the spirit of Ronald Reagan, can't lead the Republicans out of the hellhole they're in right now. The problem with government is government.
You love his channel? That's cool. I'm glad that we could all hang out, and Scissorfight brings great stuff. Aqua Chigger is always fun. He's kind of upbeat, you know, about digging for rust and gold and getting out in nature. You know, who doesn't want to do that? Rand Paul claims win over war caucus, defends Trump on Syria. Well, right on, Rand. He stands behind my position on Syria. Good. We might consider Rand in my administration. I'm liking him. Yeah, I like the fact he's holding the line on the Tea Party movement. Yep, he's declaring victory over the war caucus after President Donald Trump decided to shift troops out of northeastern Syria. Right on. Well, hey, you know, the Republicans will have to get in line because they'll realize that the popular choice will be to disengage ourselves from the war. I'm a non-interventionist, so my recipe for solutions in the Middle East is to be less involved and more involved. I don't really want to run over and do Israel's bidding anymore. I don't want to fight wars for Israel. Really? YouTube deleted all of Anita's subscribers because they found her offensive? I didn't know that. I thought that her stuff was fun. You don't like Rand Paul because do you realize he broke 7 ribs last year when his neighbor jumped him, or 2 years ago? He barely lived through it. His neighbor came up from behind him and jumped him while he was mowing the lawn for some ridiculous dispute over property lines. It's crazy. That poor guy give him a little bit of you know, leniency. I like his hair. Trump's Republican allies condemned president after sickening Turkish incursion. Oh yeah, Trump's allies, yeah. Well, you know, I think Trump said he would hurt Turkey for this, and I think he should. So I'm again in favor of any kind of economic sanction he wants to put on Turkey for this action. But this should have been resolved on a technical level with automated safe zones, and Trump didn't use the idea he stole from me. He never even mentioned safe zones when he became president. That was it. He talked about it during the election. He never mentioned it again. Nor did I get a call on the phone saying, David, hello, I want to talk more about your safe zone idea. I really like it. Ivanka could give you a foot rub. I know Jared likes to watch. Well, let's be clear. Scientists find a gender-distinct circuit for depression. I like turkey. Yes, I like grease. I especially like turkey cooked in grease. And I'm very hungry. I'm not making fun of Rand for his large body or small body size. Yeah, he's not a big guy. It's just ridiculous somebody should jump him. That guy should serve serious criminal charges on that guy for doing that. Weber gas grill from the box to the burgers. Really? I've done this before. Huh. Been there, done that. So he's going to show you how to cook a real burger on a Weber.
Got something a little different for today.
That's cool. And he has 345,000 subscribers, so he makes good money talking about this. Yeah, we give you Wasteful Wednesday as a chance to just see do-it-yourself videos and things. It's real basic, you know, rummaging through trash, whatever. And the abandoned house of a sick doctor who passed away left everything behind. Doctors can get sick.
There's a huge spider in the car. How'd it get in here?
Whoa.
Oh no. That's wild.
Whoa.
Reading stuff? Below, what is all this?
Whoa, this looks fun. Okay, man, thank you. We got that in the lineup too. Sick doctor. You sickie. Well, you sickie. Like Paul Allen. Or no, that was Paul Lind. Whatever. I used to dislike Rand for a couple reasons, but just because he rode on his dad's coattails to get elected in Kentucky, he didn't even want to run in 2010. And somebody said, "Hey, you're related, and why don't you just get in the running?" And he ran, and he won the Senate. You know, so anybody could whose father is Ron Paul could easily become somebody, right? So he just said, you know, sure, why not? German synagogue shooting was live streamed on Amazon's Twitch. Wow. You know, that's really wild. You know, if indeed it was real, which we're still, you know, processing information on this event, it just sounds a little too canned to have it on Twitch. Twitch is, they banned my show for, you know, saying anything remotely against transgenders. But they don't ban somebody shooting people? I don't buy that. No. How come I get pulled off the air anytime I talk about transgenderism and they just put this guy out there to shoot people? Sure. No, I was not talking about intelligence or height. I was talking about his nepotism and the factor that Ron Paul played into his win as a senator. Tomorrow I'm making chicken wraps as opposed to a burrito, which I find out now are served cold. Sarah and I went to a Taco Del Mar over the weekend, and we got these ridiculously expensive burritos for $7.90 a piece, $8 a piece, and they were all cold. It's like, what? So I'm making a warm wrap. Apparently they're okay with liberal propaganda. Good point, Misanthropy. Chicken wrap for the win. Yeah, it's like $2-3 for a chicken wrap. Make it yourself. Screw these $7 chicken burritos. I'm gonna make the same kind of wrap with warm food. I mean, it's, well, I actually like the Taco Del Mar burrito. Actually, it was very filling, but it was cold. I mean, what the hell, you know? NASA television to cover return of astronaut Nick Hague. Where did he go? To the underwater film laboratory that NASA has? Oh yeah, he just got back from the underwater film laboratory. Come on down, yeah. Anybody can go there. As long as you can hook up to underwater apparatus, you can pretend to be in space. It'll be coverage Wednesday, October 2nd. Well, I guess that's over. You just giving me old news or something? Yeah, right. Like he was in the International Space Station. Oh, sure. I believe that. But we never see the flights up and down to the International Space Station. You notice that? But we always see these guys up there. What a crock of crap. You paid $15 for great burritos out in California? Well, I wouldn't pay $15 for a burrito. But I'll tell you something, I'm a little pissed off that we had to pay $8 for a cold burrito. It's ridiculous. We got a few of them. In Japan, they have a bowl of ramen soup that costs over $100. Ramen is the worst thing you could be eating. It's got fluoride in it. I didn't know that, Dave. Yeah, because you eat ramen all the time. You have no idea. You're retarded. Oh, really, Dave? I didn't know that. Anyway, I wouldn't pay $1 for a bowl of ramen. I wouldn't even eat it. They studied ramen, and they said that it actually sits in your intestines for a couple days, exactly like it is in the package. And there's tons of salt and fluoride in it. Oh, really? All ramen is not the same? They make fresh-made ramen in Asia? No kidding. Where have I been? Excuse me, 1,000 pardons to you Asian people. I've totally mischaracterized ramen. I don't know. I haven't seen organic ramen once in the stores. I'm still looking. But homemade ramen, now you're talking. I can understand why something special like that might cost money. You know, in Japan, they eat a lot of miso soup, which is made from seaweed. And ironically, Japan has the highest number of cigarette smokers per capita, only to be followed by New York and California and Michigan, soon to be the most cigarette smoking states in the Union, because they're forcing people off of vaporizers. But Japan has a lot of people smoke cigarettes, yet they don't have a high number of lung cancer cases. Miso is tofu and seaweed. Wake up. It's not tofu. It's miso. Where are you from? Dave, what do you normally eat for breakfast? I normally have a piece of toast with either cream cheese or jam, organic jam. And maybe a banana. That's about it. I don't, have a massive couple pork sausages, and no, I don't overdo my breakfast. Seaweed's good for you. It's very good for your immune system. All right. Well, I didn't know you were coming up with a black screen, Push and Tow. You were kicked because we thought you were pushing a BS story. Okay, well, sorry you were kicked, okay? Yeah, that was add to one. He kicked you accidentally earlier. Not a big deal. I know. I'm sorry you're having a black screen. Somebody was probably keeping you from getting in. No, Marmite is not. It's a vegetable drink like Vegemite. Or it's a vegetable paste like Vegemite. I don't know if Marmite ever was organic. But back in the day when I first bought Marmite, back in 1947, there were no pesticides, so I assume Marmite was organic at the early stages. How often do you go to the buffet? Once a month now. Yeah, I went to the buffet recently and had a massive meal. I had to increase my lunch cost to $14.95. No, $14.50. I used to be getting lunches for like $8. Now I'm paying $14 for a nice Pacific salmon, high quality buffet. I don't like eating at the ones that a lot of them are still charging $12.95, and they don't even produce Pacific salmon or anything good. It's like the only reason to go to a buffet is to eat really good quality food, in my opinion. You Mr. Biscuit? Hey, don't promote other people who are running for president here. Thanks. I think we've covered almost everything, including, this is even poorer quality than the alleged New Zealand mass shooting, the Berlin one. So we're getting people claiming this is fake. The Hail German shooting. Yeah, we'll look at this in just a second. We had the video here from wonderfulfreenews.net. We'll play it in just a second. So, yeah, Dioria. We're about ready to start the show there. We have ready for the evening show. Have a really big show here for you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of a Lawrence of Welk, 1 and a 2 and a 3. I will be morphing into a reptilian creature in just a second. This photograph was made on Photoshop, and not by me, but by my hater. But isn't that amazing how this could really be the face of the future? Yeah, if we all continue to allow the planet to be killed, destroyed, well, I'll look like this. The whole world will look just like this. So I'm a little worried about that. Just as a side note, I know you may not care. Unlike you, who don't care, I care. And I care just as much as Greta, because she cares too, right?
How dare you! How dare you continue to look away!
I'm not looking away anymore. I'm looking right at a very troubled girl with autism. All right, we're about ready to lay on the good stuff. Yeehaw! Let her rip. I see your point. Donald Trump cops for Trump. Check this out. He's actually got his own military forming, like Hitler. The Gestapo state of Adolf Trump
has said they changed the policy 12 hours after the speech was announced. Officers can no longer wear their formal uniforms. You're saying, well, don't wear your uniform then. You can wear this shirt instead.
That's right, Pete. In compliance with policy, we don't want any issues, so we just thought, you know what, we'll turn the place into a sea of red with these shirts we designed, and they're available, and we can't keep them on the shelves. They've been selling out as fast as they come in.
They've been selling out. So your anticipation is, you know your police force, you know the guys in Gal.
What a joke. Cops for Trump. This is ridiculous. I mean, Nazis for Hitler. I mean, where is this going? Hey, I'm going to sign off, but thank you for coming to the centrist political show where we try to find common ground in the middle of the political spectrum. And if I rake on Trump at times and then rake on the Democrats at times, we both get part of our needs met. And we find common ground where we can agree. All right, take care, everyone. We'll talk to you again tomorrow with another wonderful Thursday show, starting with my chicken wrap show at 5 p.m. Yeah, chicken wraps for like $2, maybe $3, maybe not even $2. See you then.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.